Managing moderators can support your channel. Okay, I do not have moderators. Okay, I decided to go live just impromptu because I haven't done a live in years, so why not? Probably nobody will be here, which will make it super easy for me. So what I wanted to talk about was Venezuela. I was just going to make a video to upload it, but I'm doing it live. So at first I was very upset about this whole Venezuela thing. I'm like, we are just robber barons. We are run by pedophiles and criminals and terrorists in this country. But I just realized that if you go back through our human history, the whole of human history has been full of people conquering other lands. We are thinking it's a problem because we think we're better than that. We think we're so enlightened, so evolved, so civilized. But lately we have found out that we are not civilized at all. We are run by pedophiles. They cover up the Epstein thing. They lied to us about Charlie Kirk. They're always starting wars. You know, they did the 9/11 and they try to make us think that they're so civilized that they represent us. But the elites in power, I think, are just enriching themselves like they always have. So this whole Venezuela thing is just almost a pure form of animal attack. How the Vikings used to attack other lands, and how we, as the people who came over on the Mayflower, they're so proud that they were the pioneers, but they were robber barons. They killed the Indians and took over the land. Everybody who was in this country took the land from the Indians. We're no better. We think we're so much better than Trump and Biden and all these deep state people. But our ancestors were also these same kind of criminals, or they were victims of it. So they used to make a big deal and convince us, weapons of mass destruction, get the terrorists there before they get us over here. But they're not even trying to hide it anymore. It's in plain sight. We are just ruled by robber barons. The white man is the biggest colonialist there ever is. They always were, and they still are. That's what I wanted to say. Just the same way that we took over the US from the Indians and the Mexicans and killed them, now we're taking over Venezuela or Iraq or Iran or Afghanistan, plundering the lands. That is a very primitive drive that humans have. I would say a more backwards drive, but it's there. And now we see it in plain light. They're not even trying to hide it. That's what I want to say about Venezuela. You guys can chat. I won't be able to keep this very long if no one says anything. And you can tip me too, because I'll read your super chats. The other thing I wanted to say, I haven't been making a lot of videos anymore because when I first started making videos, it was after I got divorced. It came from me having been in this very private family life. And, when you're part of a family, you can't just say whatever you want. You have to consider the privacy of your children, of your husband, your other family members. And when I was finally freed from that, I'm like, I can say whatever I want. I had so much to say that came out of having felt oppressed. But lately, I've been feeling more like I want to be super, super private. And I've become more and more private over the years, super private. And I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I really admire the people that have the courage to speak out against the deep state. I'm speaking of people I watch on YouTube, like Candace Owens. Any of you guys following the Charlie Kirk investigation? I am very interested in doing things to bust the deep state by maintaining our free speech. But at the same time, I'm more scared than Candace Owens. I'm more scared than Baron Coleman. Baron Coleman is another podcaster I watch. He's married. They have 8 kids together, and he's a lawyer. He's been bringing a lot of really good information on the Charlie Kirk investigation to the point where his channel blew up from 300 viewers a month to like 100,000 an episode. Like, he just has over 100,000 subscribers. He's very good. And last week, he announced that he quit his job at his law firm. He's going to be doing the podcasting full time. He's already on Spotify. He's going on Rumble. And I admire his courage. And I remember when I quit my job and had no other job and started this whole new life, this whole new job, doing something very scary, and I haven't done anything really scary in a long time. I haven't, I'm afraid to say anything against Israel. Are they going to put me in jail? I don't want to be in jail. The US came out the end of September with a new law called the terrorist law, some kind of a terrorist law where they can label anyone as a terrorist. And if you are not for the Zionist death march that they're doing, you can be labeled a terrorist. Like, was Charlie Kirk considered a terrorist? The law came out after he was assassinated, but now they're making it so that they can label us a terrorist, and then they can treat us like a terrorist, like put us in jail. I'm afraid of that. I'm afraid of that. During COVID, they tried to silence us, but now there's a law. I don't have the same courage that some of these people do. I'm I'm just a little bit more afraid. So I want to watch what I say. I don't want to lose my channel. I don't want to go to jail for saying, Israel shouldn't be killing people. I'm surprised I can say that on YouTube. Okay, here's a little bit of courage. I am against the Zionist regime, and I would like to get the money out of politics. So there, I said it. Are they going to arrest me now? Okay, so you guys have to say something, or I'm going to keep this very short. I don't know what else to talk about. I watch a lot of live YouTubers, and they usually comment a lot on the news, something that's going on in the news. I'm not really doing that right now. I will say on the Charlie Kirk investigation, Candace Owens is very smart. She, I believe, is going to be dropping on Monday a lot of pictures and videos. When Mitch Snow came on her show, he did say that he had taken a bunch of videos and photos, and she hasn't shown them. And I have you wonder, neither Erica Kirk nor Brian Harpole have given an alibi, because I bet they know they could be on the pictures. But like I said before, they're all going to get away with it, because whatever role they had in planning, allegedly, if any role, okay, I don't want to get sued. If they had a role in planning the assassination of Charlie Kirk, if they were at Fort Huachuca, if they were ever found to be involved, there will never be any consequence for them, because the FBI is behind it, the CIA is behind it, Trump and Vance are behind it. They're protected by the deep state. None of the improprieties at TPUSA are ever going to be investigated. Look at what happened to the 9/11 Commission. That was an inside job. That was a free fall. Okay, those explosives were set. No one has gone to jail. The banking crisis of 2008, nobody went to jail. That's why all these people can do all these things that they do. Nobody will go to jail. So we have the elite running everything, and they're not putting themselves in jail. So they can get away with a lot of crimes. The mask is coming off this idea we had that we're ruled by these like benevolent, they try to portray themselves as like a Mr. Rogers, the presidents, to get, I'm Mr. Rogers. I care about you. I'm a good person. Believe me. Then they get in office and they just become pedophilic robber barons. They don't care. And the mask has come off. We see it now. We see how corrupt they are. And we see that they don't hold each other accountable. I find this a very interesting time to be in. The Venezuela thing is going to protect our petrodollar for a little while longer. So it's going to keep our standard of living artificially high a little bit longer than it should be. Because if we weren't plundering the world, we would have a lot more poverty than we actually do. You guys probably want to hear me talk about sex. I don't have anything to say. Did any of you read my book, The Fuck List? So you're relying on me to entertain you here. I'm out of stuff. I don't know what to say. Today I'm going to catch up on some news and just really relax. I've been doing a lot of rehab stuff on my legs and my hip and deep tissue massages. So today is just kind of like a rest day. And like your own voices sound. Oh, that's YouTube. That's YouTube giving me a thing, asking me if I like my own voice's sound. Anyway, so since you guys are very quiet, not asking me any questions, I'm going to end this now. But next time when I come on, you have to say something because the whole purpose of the live is to interact with the audience. If you guys aren't going to interact with me, love your content. You're so gorgeous. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have someone who said something. Thank you so much. We have somebody who had a little bit of courage. Yeah, because the whole purpose of the live is to interact with the audience. The whole point is for me to read your comments, hear what you have to say, respond to your comments in real time. But in all fairness, I am supposed to announce these lives ahead of time. I just joined, now you're leaving. Okay, I won't leave. I have to think of something to talk about. I have to think of something to talk about. So somebody please give me a topic and I will talk on this topic. Okay, because I don't have any ideas on what to talk about. The whole point of the live is to interact with the audience. And some people are very good at the live. They're very good at talking. They're very good storytellers. I don't know if I'm such a good storyteller. I guess I would have to think of a story. I will tell you that I am a big believer in marriage and having children, so I'll talk about that. There is Future's so bright, I gotta wear shades. How about you? Hey, Schahrzad, future's so bright, I gotta wear shades. How about you? Okay, how's my view on men changed over the years? So I still really like men. I do think that younger men tend to have more empathy than older men, and therefore they're better in bed. Older men are generally not as good in bed. And I really like men, but at my age, it's not going to be possible to find a man for dating. Okay. I have a friend who's close to my age. She's a lawyer, pretty highly paid lawyer, and she's been divorced for like 15 years or something. And she's been on Match trying to find guys to date. She tried to get on other apps like the one that they do matchmaking, which is like $4,000 or $5,000, but there aren't enough people in her area that they could even match her up. So she's been on Match, and it's surprising. She's very fit, very outdoorsy, beautiful, intelligent, very much into her personal development. I think she's a good catch. She likes sex still. She's a good mom. Uh, and she skis and does all that. But when she finds these guys and she likes them age appropriate, so that would be like late 60s or 70, a lot of these guys don't even want to leave the house to meet her for like a coffee even. Okay. Or some of these guys have such financial problems, they feel like paying for lunch or coffee is putting them out. And I can kind of see that, but it's like not very enticing. I was watching an interview with Scott Galloway, and he was being interviewed on a pretty big channel, and they were talking about how many modern women say, we don't need a man to pay for us. And he's like, I get that, but ask these ladies that are telling you, he's talked to the interviewer, your friends that are telling you they don't need a man to pay, are they fucking those guys? Because when the woman goes Dutch, there's no fucking happening. That's what he said. And I think there's some truth to it. We are still animals. And anyway, so she's coming across all these kinds of men who are like, oh, I don't have any money left after my divorce, or, they don't want to part with their money. They have like all these investments, but they don't want to spend money going out. They're just very stingy. Or they don't want to leave the house. Oh, I'm having dinner with my dad. I'm having dinner with my brother. It's like, why are you on Match? You matched with this very hot, successful woman, beautiful and you don't even want to go out. So that's a problem with the guys on the dating apps. So she and I were talking. I'm like, you got to meet men in real life, like golf courses, go golfing, hot yoga, dance classes, so you can actually meet the guys who actually want to go out. I think that the good quality men like my sons, like her sons, um, their wives are not going to divorce them. So what ends up happening, ladies, you got to find your guy, find your best guy in your 20s, because the 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 pool of people out there later on in life is not that good. Probably the same for women. A lot of women let themselves go, they get fat. And then people who have never been in a relationship don't have that opportunity to grow. So they don't have, like my brother, I'm going to pick on him actually. He's my age, he's never been married, he's very difficult to get along with. So I just kind of gave up on talking to him for now. Very good-hearted person, but what happens if you live alone and you're not forced to grow? Children will open your heart. Your spouse will force you to grow. Your spouse will annoy you, and you'll have to be like, oh my God, how can I solve this? What's my part? How can I make this better? How can I improve this relationship? You have to really look at yourself. You really have to grow. And people who are not in relationships don't have to do that. I think it's really hard to find attractive men at my age, guys that I would want to date. And my life is so good right now that for me dating, I would have to give up things that I like. I would have to give up a lot of my freedom for what? The young guys just want to fuck me. That's what they want to do. They think I'm hot. I know I don't look really hot right now. I'm not even wearing any makeup. I just came on here like this. And I don't want to fuck some guys for free. It's not going to happen. And the older guys, a lot of them are not really that good in bed or not that interesting. And the good guys are married. So this friend and I were at a shop recently. We were buying some wine for a party. And I noticed next to us was this elderly couple, probably 60s. It was a man and his wife. And they were joking, having a good time. The guy was pretty well dressed and he looked very like a good catch. And I noticed him and I thought, you know what? I've never seen a guy like that on Match. I've never seen a guy like that single. That guy will never be off the market unless his wife dies and he's a widower. And that's the situation with these men, the guys that end up, and a lot of these older guys, they lost their libido more than we have. They lost their libido, so they don't not even want to have sex. They don't care. They just want to travel or spend time with their kids or their projects. And also sometimes they'll just try to get a little sex, but they don't know how to flirt or have a relationship. Like there's just a lot of riffraff for the men and the women. So I just think that if you're going to get into a relationship, find your best partner in your 20s, because after that, your chances of finding a good partner decline significantly. These marriage-minded people, they're going to get married by their by their mid-30s at the latest. And they're going to stay married. Do you think masculine women prefer hyper-masculine men or go for submissive men? I don't really know, because I don't know any women like that. All the women I know are like, they have their own careers, but they're feminine. They like a man who is more masculine and, they like to cook and clean and be nurturing. That's more what I'm used to. Who is a terrible role model for boys? I look good with or without makeup. Well, thank you. To clean up your act, I just think that what men really need to do, and I listen to these things about men. Right now I'm reading this book that's written for men or for boys or whatever. It's because I thought I would make a video about it. It's Doug Casey's The Preparation. I bought that so I could read, so I could help young men if they need help. But really what you have to do is, first of all, minimize the time that you watch porn. Don't watch porn and stay off your phone. The men that I know, I'm talking about my sons, my friends' sons, if I look at my sister's kids, these guys are all pursuing their passion. And you got to spend your 20s getting yourself educated and building a life and building a foundation. And you have to develop social skills. Absolutely, you must have social skills. Develop a passion, pursue your excellence, get up early, hit the gym, have friends over. You got to develop your whole personality and your whole network. And it's very easy in our society now to become a loser because you don't even have to leave your house to get groceries. You know, when I was growing up, we played outside all the time. Our parents didn't hover over us. We had to solve our own problems. There was no, you couldn't go in the grocery store and buy packaged food. We had to cook everything. We had to buy everything. We had to cook everything. Um, Things weren't just handed to us. We didn't have phones to entertain us. We had to find things to entertain us. Maybe it was TV, but the TV that was not, that was before cable. It was usually bad. So we studied, we learned, we talked with other people. I spent a lot of time talking on the phone with my friends. I think that get out in nature, try to try to live a life where you're not using relying on being passively entertained. That's what I mean. And use your youth to build something, build your strength, your courage, your social skills. And that's going to pay off. You don't have to do it, but then you'll end up being 35 and driving for DoorDash, having groceries delivered to your house because you're afraid of people. And that's what a lot of guys are doing. They're a third of men under 30 don't even care if they have sex. They're probably fat, their testosterone is probably gone, and you know, there are consequences. Like I had consequences. I spent years holding my kids like this, and that this hip got all compacted, and eventually I couldn't walk. It wasn't because I was a bad person. I didn't know, but it's the consequences for how we live our life. And um, I think that these men that pursue things, whether you want to pursue a trade, be a police officer, a firefighter, go to college, um, women are going to want you. If you take care of yourself, women are going to want you. They will automatically gravitate to you. That's what I think. Oh, Scott Galloway is a horrible role model. Yes, I think he is too. But sometimes I watch him because he comes up. He is not. And I do like what he said about the money thing because if on a first date I have to pay for the guy's coffee, I don't think I want to fuck him. I thought that was a good point he made. Today's employers want you to have good AI skills to get hired. I did not know that. The big challenge is to become much. It's a big challenge for people in their 20s to earn enough to be good long-term partners. I agree with you, and I think this is just me thinking out loud. Our economy is really in a bad shape, right? Because the upper 1% has been exploiting everybody for so long, exploiting their wages, taking jobs overseas, giving themselves big profit sharing while they don't. They've exploited us, okay? And we have allowed it. And the only way to turn this around is to something has to change. If we want this country to grow and turn around, something has to change, right? There'll be some kind of like, I don't know if there'll be a civil war or a revolution or new parties, but the way that these elites are doing it, these robots are going to replace people and they won't even need people. Do we want that? What if we had new ideas? And I was listening to something on Dad Saves America the other day. He had on Peter Gray, I believe, who talked about how education has been all about obedience and listening. But what really helps people be successful is their creativity and their courage. And creativity is developed through free play, and kids naturally use their courage to do risk-taking things that seem scary to the adults. And those are the qualities we need, right? Like creativity, courage, new ideas. And AI and robots can't do that because, right, they can only repeat what they've been taught. So in order to turn this country around, we need people to be creative and courageous and to have ideas. If we're all just following and being compliant, we're just going to go down the tubes. And as far as AI, I've read a lot of different things. Like this whole AI thing is a bubble with the circular financing, and they don't have enough electricity to even do all the run all the AI centers. Chat GPT, that doesn't require that much electricity, but what they really want to do is going to require so much electricity that we don't even have. And some of this AI bubble could really pop. I think this AI bubble thing could be really pushed by the people who have a financial incentive to keep the stock price high. I don't know if it's ever even really going to happen. That's what I'm wondering. And now these, by the way, these comments, I only see the last three, so I missed everything that you guys said before. And I don't know if I can answer it. Okay, they want the AI companies to support each other, leaving people out of the equation. Well, supposedly the problem is that they don't have enough electricity and water to power these AI centers that they've built or that they are building. So who knows if this whole AI thing is really going to come. And I heard Sam Altman say, unless this was an AI video of him, that if the AI companies fail, they'll need a government bailout. So he's already hinting at a bailout. But they do circular financing. Their high stock price is all based on a house of cards. It's a big promise. But unlike the internet bubble, where a lot of companies were not of value, but the internet was of value and the fiber optic cable was real, this AI thing could just poof into thin air. It's a facade. Jessica Hitchens. Hey, Jessica Hitchens. I always read your comments. Hi. She's saying it's all a facade, this whole AI thing. But it scares people because why wouldn't it? For the past 30 years, they've been trying to get rid of people, outsourcing our jobs, cutting our pay. And when they say they increase their productivity, it's because they want one person to do the job of two. That's how they increase their productivity. And then they take away your health care. So they're paying you less for the same work and they call it increased productivity. But really, it's exploitation. And that's why we really need more. That's why, what I'm just thinking about how will we ever like am I going to get banned off YouTube if I say we have to overthrow the government? I'm not saying violently, but we need to replace all the people in Congress and have all new ideas because I don't want to live in a world where we're all eating fake meat and having AI jobs. Like, I want a world where we're back to the family farm and the little mom and pop hardware store and the little bakery. Like, I think we would be better off if we had all that because people want a reason to work, to get up, to interact with each other. And, all this interacting over the phone, I don't think that's good. The AI bubble will burst. Oh, Scott Bridge, I know who you are. You leave a lot of comments. Oh, it's so nice to have you on here. The AI bubble will burst. The dollar reserve and US petrodollars are weakening because more countries are moving away from the dollar. Yeah, and I think that's also why they had to invade Venezuela to slow that down. I don't use self-checkout and I don't go paperless, so a cashier and mailman still has a job. Maybe that's oversimplified. Oh, that's a good idea. I do the self-checkout. I shouldn't do the self-checkout. How come you decided to do the live? It's a nice way to interact. Okay, there's a guy I watch. His name is Didi Got a Podcast. Okay, he's very good. And a lot of these black guys are the best podcasters. I don't know why. There's most of the live people I watch are black men or black women actually. Anyway, he said he left a post the other day and he said there are three things you should look for in a content creator. I don't remember the first two because I already do them, I believe. But the third one was they should go live and interact with their audience. And I thought about that and I'm like, I respect his views, so that's why. And I was supposed to get together with my friend today. We're planning a trip to Costa Rica. Yeah. And she's not feeling well, so I'm like, well, what am I gonna do? I'm not getting together with her. Oh, let me do the live. And then I sat down. I'm just holding my phone. I didn't even grab a tripod. I thought, should I put some makeup on? Too late. I just hit the live. So I didn't even know anyone would be on here. Um, I have not left the country in over 20 years, but Millie Brown, I remember you from a while back. I remember learning so much from you a while back. And Millie Brown, thank you so much. I used to make a lot of videos about relationships and divorce and um, working on our emotions, not falling for people. If you wouldn't mind telling me what you learned from me that helped you, I and yes, we're going to Costa Rica. My friend is a therapist, and she is going to this retreat. It's going to be two of the people talking you may have heard of. One is Bessel van der Kolk. He wrote The Body Keeps the Score. And the other is Richard Schwartz. He's the founder of Internal Family Systems and Parts Work. And then there's some other people. And so when she asked me about this on Thanksgiving, she asked me if I wanted to go. And I just recently got my US citizenship and my passport, because before I had a green card, just a green card from Germany for 30 years. And I was afraid to leave the country. I thought, what if they don't let me back in? And then for a while they had the COVID shots. Anyway, so I'm like, well, I have my passport. Um, I have no excuse not to go. I can't say no to opportunities. It felt like if I said no, I would be like a step backwards in my life. So I said yes, and now I'm getting excited. So we're going for 3 weeks. It's going to be half of February and the first week in March. I know I shouldn't announce that on my live that I'm going to be gone, but I have nothing valuable here. So um, it was so much learned, quite a lot about relationships, and it's still great that you're continuing to educate people. Okay, so I'll come back to that. Scott says the campaign in Venezuela is a big distraction. This has brought the Die Hard 2 movie to mind for me. I didn't see that movie, but I guess it's an action movie. They're saying that I'm kind of following some different channels. Some people are saying that because when the US brought in their helicopters, there was no retaliation because we know Russia had their 300, the system, and Russia and China had their military equipment there. There was no fighting it, and Maduro seemed to go willingly. So it seems, just from what I read, this could all be wrong, that the US kind of bribed the Maduro security detail because they gave him up easily, and that Maduro could have even made a deal with Trump that he would go in order to save his country from being invaded. Like there could have been some insider deal because there was no retaliation. He's just gone, you know. Oh, yes, Millie Brown says she's enjoying the videos about the anatomy. Yes. I talked about relationships and human behaviors. Not afraid of, oh yeah, I'm not afraid of my sensuality, but I had to be careful with the videos I made because some of the videos I made attract a lot of guys from the manosphere and they hate women. You cannot convince them otherwise. And so I didn't want to get those guys. And then I stopped dating or trying to date. So I didn't talk about that anymore. But the anatomy part is important because when I constantly still have to teach men about the clitoris because they think it's just the glands and they try to go right to that. And it's like that doesn't feel good. Um, Men tend to be too quick and too gropey, and I understand why because they just want to get in there, but they don't understand when they're trying to get in there, they have to prepare the woman once the woman's prepared, they can do a lot of things. But you have to open her more like a flower. You have to start out slowly. You have to open the woman like a flower. So the man has to be calm. I bet Scott can weigh in because Scott leaves a lot of comments about he's been in a relationship for a long time and he seems to know what he's doing. Maybe Scott, you can speak up, or some of the guys can speak up for the importance. You have to prepare the woman and open her more like a flower. You can't just be like, oh, I just want to get in there. And that's that's what men really need to know. Because when I was younger, a lot of men didn't even know where the clitoris was. They were expecting women to orgasm from penetration. Well, now men are very educated. They know where the clitoris is, they know where the glans is, but they don't know where the rest of it is. So if you guys go in my videos, there's one I made just a couple days ago said goes, where's the clitoris? And 99% of men, and I would bet 99% of women do not even know. Once you know, it's going to improve your sex life a lot because you can have the guys just touch all the other parts first that they completely ignore. Okay, so I have a message held for review. I want to see it. The clitoris had 10,000 nerves, is very large. That message was held for review. By the way, I'm going to say, okay, a lot of my messages are held for review. Anyway, anything about the clitoris is being held for review. By the way, that movie I made about the clitoris does not qualify for ads. It can still be monetized off YouTube Premium, but it can't run any ads. So that video, I believe, has no ads because advertisers don't like people talking about the clitoris. That's just bad. You can talk about ED all you want. You can talk about the penis being limp. That's okay. That's okay. So the Monroe Doctrine, Scott, what I was reading today about the Monroe Doctrine, it says that nobody can invade the U.S., but it also says part two, the U.S. can't invade anyone else. That's the part they always leave out. I came across that today as I was reading some things on Twitter. Yeah, and I think the reason, Millie Brown, that the structure wasn't discovered until 1999, the clitoral structure, is because I don't think we do enough sex research in this country. Like even that video I made the other day about research has shown that men who masturbate more frequently have a lower rate of prostate cancer. Like, I want to know more about that. They say in these studies this applies to men who were masturbating more frequently in their early years, like 20s. But what about men today? What happens to the prostate fluid that just sits there? Is it absorbed? Does it make your prostate swell? Like, what's the mechanism that not masturbating enough increases your risk of prostate cancer? Like, and I don't even know what like what percentage of the people have what's that common one, herpes? Yes. And how is that spread exactly? um like when after I got divorced, I was so afraid of STDs. I went on the CDC website and it's very useless. I'm like, we are very bad at doing research on human sexuality. I want to know a lot more things, and I don't think they're being funded. That's why we don't know very much. See, I have another message held for review. And so Scott left a message that I am trying to show and it won't let me. He says, yes, you need to open her like a flower. I said, show, and I get a message that says, another moderator just handled this. It's not letting me show these. The G-spot is part of the clitoris. I did not know that. Again, YouTube is not letting me show it. I can see it and I can choose to hide it or show it. So show is not allowed. I can't do hide either. So yeah. Yeah, I didn't know the full structure either until a long time, until recently. So that is because of what they teach us. And Freud says we have penis envy. Yeah. Apparently, from what Candace Owens, she in her book club has done like one of the books about Freud. Apparently, he was some kind of a pedophile. So that's where he came up with that Oedipus complex, because he was a pedophile or he had friends who were pedophiles. And in order to excuse that behavior, he came up with the theory that children want to have sex with their parents, which I never did. So um, I don't know. People really like Freud. I just think a lot of his stuff makes no sense, and I don't like his whole thing. I don't like what he said about women and vagina and clitoral orgasms being immature. I don't like what he said about the Oedipus complex. So I'm not a fan of him, but maybe I don't understand him. Just like I'm not a fan of that speckle painting by Pollock that's worth millions of dollars. Maybe I just don't understand art. I just really think that people like uh who is that person? There are some people that have made a really big impact on me more with their psychology than Freud. Okay, so I need to get a drink of water. I'm not very well prepared. So I don't have any water here. Okay, I have to go into my kitchen. This is very unprofessional of me. Very unprofessional. Walking around. Is my kitchen even really clean? I need water. This is very unprofessional of me. I realize walking around, I'm supposed to be like more organized here. Okay, they're boosting their testosterone. And another message is held for review. Okay, their message is held for review. I don't know. Oh, okay. So there is, I am not able to do anything with these messages they're holding for review. So the prostate is not being used enough. Lack of use can lead to cancer. Aha. Testosterone converts to estradiol. Okay, I don't know about that. Can you explain that, what you mean with that? We are flowers. I always said that. A lot of men trample on us or pick us roughly. That's true. I do want to say that women also do that to men. There are some women that are very nasty to men, and there are men that are very nasty with women, except that men have the physical strength to do it, and I think women do it more manipulatively. Like Erica Kirk. I think that she trampled on her. Okay, I don't want to dismiss your comment that men can trample on us and treat us badly, because that happens. And when I say that, I always have to think about the other side too, that there are women who treat men badly. And I think Erica Kirk betrayed her husband by pretending she was some kind of Christian woman when she was just a fun-loving boss babe with big Zionist ties that infiltrated him, I think. And then she started hating him because he was trying to get her to be this Christian woman that she really wasn't. And I think that she was there at Fort Huachuca on September 8th. That's what I think, September 8th. And I think that we're going to find out next week. So I think that she, was involved in his assassination, because if she wasn't, how could she forgive Tyler Robinson? That story makes no sense at all. She's in on it. And because she is pretending that Tyler Robinson was the shooter, which clearly he wasn't, and Megyn Kelly too. They're accomplices. They're protecting the murderers. And Erica Kirk, as the wife, had to be an accomplice because, look, she was all ready to go with her glitzy pantsuit and her fireworks. And, now she wants to be vice president. And didn't Trump say she should be president of Venezuela? People love her. Nobody loves Erica Kirk. Okay, everybody thinks that she is a psychopath. There's something wrong with her. Evil and an opportunist. I know about his daughter. Whose daughter? Oh, I do not know. I think you're talking about Freud. I don't know anything about his daughter or that he had daughters. Anna Freud. Oh, she harmed children. Really? Oh, so there we have another evil woman. Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to look into that. Um, okay. Does anybody else follow the Charlie Kirk case? I'm curious. Also, if anyone wants to send me a super chat, it would be nice. Even if it's just a $5 super chat, I would love to get a super chat. Because right now it's showing $0. I don't really care, you guys. This channel is more for fun. I have my money makers, and like one of them is my Just for Fans. I've been doing really well on my Just for Fans. And my other stuff that I don't really talk about on here that much. I will tell you guys, it is surprising. They haven't made sex illegal yet. As long as they haven't made sex illegal, women can make so much money off their sexuality more than any other legit job. It's crazy because men will pay for sex. They will. Whether it's online or in real life, they will pay for it, and they will pay a lot. If it's well done and attentive with good service, they will pay a lot. Um, and that's why it's better to be a woman. That's what I think. It's a lot easier. And men are always like, I want to get paid for sex. I'm like, nobody's going to pay you, honey. I mean, I don't say honey. That was mean. I don't call men honey, but I always say no one's going to pay you for sex. Okay? Why would a woman pay you for sex? You can so easily get it, and we don't want it if it's bad. And I was just curious the other day, like, what if I wanted a guy for sex, where would I go? So I looked through the escort pages for men, and they were all disgusting. And I'm just cringing. They think they're hot, and I'm like, maybe for some gay guys, because the men will pay. So the male escorts, they're all gay male escorts. But there was one that was only for women. He was an elderly man. He was a little bit chubby, wearing a suit, and I'm like, no, I don't think so. It's That's so interesting that men and women are so different because I think for women to want sex, we have to have an emotional feeling towards that man. Like the woman who likes the rock star. She admires him. Okay, from that admiration, the sound of his voice and how he moves, she's emotionally intrigued, emotionally enchanted. But if you just give her a picture of some guy, she doesn't know he's a rock star, she's probably not going to be interested. But men don't care. They're like, oh, I don't need to see her face. Oh, I like those tits. I like that ass. How much? That's how they're wired, guys. Even if if they're not in those pages, they can just see a woman walking down the street and they'll be like, ooh, I like that. I like her curves. And this is why we do not have to dress sexy, because they see through our clothes pretty much. They undress us with their eyes, and they're made to be very easily aroused. They're designed to be more easily aroused. That's why they say lesbian deathbed, because if you have two women, their sex goes a lot faster. But men are designed to be more easily aroused than women, and women are designed to be harder to arouse because we're supposed to be selective. And that can cause a mismatch because people get frustrated with each other. I get frustrated with men who just think, even when I was married, I come out of the shower and my husband thinks he can fuck me. I'm like, wait, you haven't looked at me in a week. You haven't taken me on a date in months. We haven't connected. No. So I stopped coming out of the shower naked. I just got dressed in the bathroom. I made sure I would never make that mistake again. But guys don't get it. They're like, oh my God, she looks good. I want her right now. And we will connect through the sex. Men are wired very differently that way. And so the man gets frustrated, the woman doesn't want sex, and the woman's frustrated that the man's just so quick in there without any emotional connection at all. And this is very frustrating for both people. Let's see, I think the comments are stuck. Guys are simple when it comes to sex. Yes. They're very simple. Men like Casanova understood the emotional connection, which explains his some romantic success with women. I'm reading this book right now. It looks really trashy. It's called Pen Pal. I know it's showing up backwards. Okay, I did not buy this book or get it at the library. How I got this book, okay, I go to this place. It's a Legree and VersaClimber. It's run by all ladies. It's mostly all ladies there. And there are always a bunch of people sitting there. It's like super friendly place. It's a small business owners and it's got a fun vibe. They have a little area in the back by the water fountain where they have a book exchange. I've brought books in there. So I got this book. I got, just so you know, I'm not just picking out like the sluttiest ones. I got this book there. I'm borrowing it. The Art of Friendship. One novel called Big Little Lies that I already returned. I read and returned. And then this novel, just a bunch of different books. And I got this one, Pen Pal one. So what I wanted to say was this book is like an erotic fiction. And it all begins with, setting the scene that the woman, she's sad that her husband died. But in order for her, before he seduces her, I just got to the part where they fucked. It shows in clear details that she felt safe with him, that she initiated the final step. That he wasn't creepy. They portrayed him as a caring, strong. He was a handyman, a roofer. That he cared about her. That he wasn't pushy. Like they have to put in all these characteristics of this guy so that the women reading this would actually feel safe about this guy fucking her without being like, did she really want it? Wasn't he too pushy? So so he had to be fit. She had to be attracted to him. He had to be caring. He had to be helpful. He had to be like dominant and sure of himself, like all these different qualities that the woman needs to want sex with him. But for his part, he just saw her once and he's like, she's beautiful. I'm going to fuck her. That's all it took. Well, this Pen Pal book is not a very well known book, but Big Little Lies is a well known book. They made it into a series with Nicole Kidman and Reese Witherspoon. And this one, I like the book so much. I bought another one from the author called The Husband's Secret, and that was supposed to be made into a movie, but it's not. I don't know if I'll finish Pen Pal. It's not really the greatest. And I realized from reading the book, it's really hard to make sex scenes sound interesting because I'm working on another book about being an escort. And on that book, I want to make the sex secondary because in my first book, The Fuck List, I talked about the sex a lot. And reading about sex is very boring. Even in this book, The Pen Pal, I got very bored. Um, and if I read it to you guys, they'll demonetize me. But the way that I read it, I didn't get turned on at all reading the description. And I was paying very careful attention to this because I was wondering if I could get turned on. I wanted to get turned on reading about this guy, but I didn't. And then I also thought about how the description, this book, and the sex scene is so much better than any of them I did in my book, The Fuck List, and it still isn't very good. And so I almost think that a sex book has to have an overlay of something more interesting where the sex is secondary. Because you can't really give more than, the one scene was good where he's like slightly brushed his lips against hers and she felt really hot. You can kind of get that, but once it gets into more detail, it's like thrusting in and out and biting or sucking on this or that. I just didn't find it very exciting. Why is it better to be a woman? Um, well, because women can have children and be mothers and give birth and nurse children, and men can never do that. So, in the early years, definitely the woman's role in child rearing is different from the man's because she's the has the given birth. I think that women um, get to be frivolous. We can just get attention for looking good. We don't have to do anything really. Especially a young woman, men are going to check us out. We don't have to do anything. We just have to be young, and men will check us out and want us. And they are so enchanted with us when we're just happy and smiley. We can wear pretty dresses. I think that men have to have more skills to be wanted by a woman. They have to know how to talk to us. They have to have a sense of power and confidence to be wanted, more level of fitness and strength. I think that when they're young, I think it's good to be a woman because of how I live my life. I have the benefits, like my Just for fans. Other reasons it's good to be a woman. Mm, I think that I think that society expects men to be financially successful, and that is much harder to do now in our society because the elites have warped our society in a way that benefits just the upper 10% really. And a lot of men, they don't get a chance to do the things that make them feel manly, like take risks, um, buy a house, fix up the house, have their own land, grow their own food, the things that men want to do, the adventure. Am I wrong? Um, it's tough dealing with our reproductive system. Yeah, that's true. Women still die in childbirth, and um, when menstruating, we get a lot of menstrual cramps that hurt, like you want to just go to bed with the heating pad. Oh, General Hospital has a lot of beautiful women in their 50s and 60s. Oh, I did not know that. In every workplace I've been in, men are expected to lift heavy shit. Yeah, men take on the more dangerous jobs. If you look at the jobs that have the most deaths, it's the ones that men do. Construction, mining, picking up heavy things that can hurt their backs, moving. The movers are men. Also, certain manufacturing jobs, oil rigs. Um, but men have that sense of adventure and testosterone that makes them want to do those jobs, right? They want to go in the military. They want to explore foreign lands. They have more of a risk-taking adventure, right? Yes, even when you have a useful degree and good job skills, it's tough to earn enough to keep your head above water. And I think that um, Scott, I appreciate your comment. If you're in your 50s or older, you may remember a time when a man could graduate from high school and support an entire family on a high school education working in the auto industry, being a mail delivery carrier for UPS or the Postal Service. And I remember a time when people got gifts from their company for being there for 25 years or 30 years. It was rewarded. And our society has changed a lot. And I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that's a good thing. Unloading for UPS, which is what I do. Oh, okay, great. Oh, we have a UPS person. Well, UPS people used to be paid like so much money when they were union. I don't know how it is now, but I think 20 years ago they were making like $50 an hour and overtime and they had health care, and that would be like $80 an hour now. Am I wrong? Beautiful women over 50 are on TV in a show called The Bold and Beautiful. Yes, men are work on the oil rigs. They work, they do fishing, that deep sea fishing, that's also very dangerous. And I don't think women's jobs are as dangerous as men's jobs. And they always say that a man has to be made. Well, women have to be made too. I don't, it's funny because when I tell men it's easier being a woman, I don't think any of them want to be a woman though. They like being men. I have read the book A Billion Wicked Thoughts. I have it, and I don't I don't remember everything about it now. It was a book where they looked at the what people actually search for online, the kind of porn they like to watch, I believe. Okay, Catherine Kelly Lang is 64 and looks totally amazing. Okay, some of these women like J-Lo that look totally amazing, they have money. Like Kris Jenner. Okay, she looks really amazing. She's like 70. She looks like she's 30. So some of these women look amazing because not just their healthy lifestyle, but their plastic surgery. Because a good plastic surgery can take 30 years off your life. But I have to look up this Catherine Lang. Jessica says, Scott, you're obsessed with soaps. They do liposuction. They do all kinds of plastic surgery stuff. Probably. But they also take good care of themselves probably with eating. But a lot of these people, I think they also take what is that Ozempic thing? I want to see more women that are natural wrinkles. Like I have a lot of wrinkles, and right now you can see them more in this video on the live. You can see more than you usually see. And when you look at me, you can see that I'm actually, I am 64. You actually can see the wrinkles. And it's pretty rare for me to see women who care about how they look. I do care about how I look, who have wrinkles. A lot of Hollywood is going more toward that very like overstretched face look. I don't think we need that. I don't think we need that. I talk to men because I work with men, and the men I talk to, they don't like all that plastic surgery. They do not like the duck lips. They hate the duck lips. They hate all heavy makeup. I'm sure there are some men who like it, but the men I talk to, they don't like it. They don't like heavy makeup. They don't like the fake breasts. I don't know if they notice the fake hair. I'm sure Catherine Lang looks very natural because the women that have a lot of money, they know how to do it naturally. Because J-Lo looks really good. Yeah, she might lose human growth hormone stem cells. She's 66. Yeah, she looks pretty good. Sharon Stone has never had plastic surgery. Wow, that's pretty amazing. Ozzy says most women look better without makeup. I think many men feel that way because there's something primal about just seeing somebody how they look, or like when they wake up in the morning or just naturally. But when I go out, a few times I've been out to dinner and I see this woman who looks like she just came out of a plastic surgery catalog. And the guy with her also always looks like he came out of a plastic surgery catalog. So I think those kind of men like those kinds of women. But otherwise, I think men are attracted to the natural look. And if they don't like a woman with all these wrinkles, then they'll just go for someone a little younger because it looks more kissable. Madonna looks good. Oh, J-Lo is 56. Okay, that makes more sense because she has Oh my God. You know who's older and has like fabulous legs and energy? Oh, what is her name? The black woman, Tina Turner. Oh my God. She had so much energy in those thighs. I want thighs like that. Okay, held for review. They're both Leo Sun's body and athleticism, perfectionists. Natural with wrinkles. Yes, okay. So when I ask guys about my wrinkles, because I've been with like really young men, like I'm talking 20s, and initially I was very self-conscious because I'm so much older and I have so many wrinkles. I'm very self-conscious about my wrinkles. As women, we're taught to be self-conscious about our wrinkles and aging, maybe everybody. And so I would just say, don't you mind my wrinkles? I still ask that sometimes when I'm talking to a younger man who tells me that I'm beautiful. And they see me in the full light. Okay, a lot more wrinkles than you're probably seeing now. See? And I have them. Okay. These are the answers I get. And this may be interesting, ladies. For one, they'll say, I didn't even notice. Because when you look at people in 3D, like my wrinkles now look more than they actually would look in real life. When you look in the mirror or look at yourself in a picture, you're seeing yourself in 2D. But in 3D, your eyes fill in more spaces, and people actually look a little different in real life than they do in a picture. So either they'll say, I didn't really notice, or they'll say, those wrinkles look good on you. And I had a friend, a gay friend, a lesbian, and she liked to date older women. And she said the wrinkles turned her on. She needed them to have wrinkles. So, I guess it's the story we tell ourselves. And sure, if we're dating, there are always going to be men that like them very young, like Epstein young, or just 20s or 30s. But there are also men who prefer a woman their own age and who like the wrinkles or who don't mind them. So that's just what I want to say. I don't know how common it is, but I think what men really like is a woman who is healthy and fit. They like the healthy and the fit, and who likes them and has a good time. But looks wise, I think they want a nice body more than they want a wrinkle-free face. They definitely want a nice body. And what's a nice body? It differs by the guy. Some guys like them very skinny, some guys like them more voluptuous, some guys like the Asian, some guys like the tall redhead, some guys like, I'm very petite, I'm only 5'3". Some guys like the petite with the bubble butt. They all like different things. So that's my input on the looks. And as far as how to dress, when I try to get men to notice me, you know what I wear at the store? I wear a dress, like a knee-length dress with like ballet slippers, because how many women wear dresses and they will look. And if it's a pretty dress with like a sundress, that white sundress I have, it covers everything, but it just evokes this little Switzerland mountaineering beauty. I don't know. It evokes something. I see women in these long skirts. The flowing fabric, it's soft and feminine, and it's attractive to men. They like that. So if women were always taught to wear like to attract a man, you got to wear like show a lot of cleavage or wear a short skirt with high heels. They're gonna look, but they're gonna look to fuck you. Now you're screaming, I want to be fucked. But if that same woman can wear a little makeup and a long dress and she evokes, I wanna be loved. I'm a nourishing woman. I want to be the mother of your children. I want to be a wife. It just evokes, it puts men more in their heart than just their cocks. Because the short skirt and the heels, they're just thinking, fuck, I'm gonna fuck this pussy. But with the long dress, they're like, wow, what a beauty. They think beauty first. Guys, help me out here. Am I right or not? Scott loves redheads. Oh my God, Finola Hughes is 66 and stunning. We're gonna have to let Scott be the expert on hot redheads in their 60s. I think that's his wheelhouse. Jessica, I try to wear a dress. I don't live in California. Weather is too crap and cold. I also wear a big sun hat. Ooh, that's very pretty. That's very feminine, a sun hat. Um, and gracefulness, that's right. She also says Scott has a penchant for mature women. And that's very good because it just goes to show us that not all men want 20-year-olds. There's who is that guy? Rollo Tomasi? He's like a woman. After I got divorced, I got sucked into some very negative stuff like the Rollo Tomasi stuff. And who is the guy with the cars? Entrepreneurs in cars. And they were all talking about a woman, you never own her, it's just your turn. Women hit their peak at 25, it's all downhill from there. And it was very discouraging to me. I'm like, oh my God, nobody wants me. I thought these guys were, I believed them. I mean, I'm in my mid 50s. I haven't been dating in like decades. And I'm listening to the stuff about how women hit their peak in their 20s and women are born and men are made. And, she's never going to be faithful. It's just your turn. And never get married because you will lose everything in a divorce. So, just enjoy her while you can. All this stuff, it was very negative. And it was very negative. And it's not even true. It's not even true. Um, I'm sure it's true for these guys. But by the way, Rollo Tomassi has been married 25 years to the same woman, but he sits around with all these porn stars doing shows about how women lose everything after 25. I don't know how his daughter and his wife feel about that, but I don't like him. He's kind of a creepy jerk. And I think what happened with entrepreneurs in cars, I think he just got hurt because he seems like a good-hearted guy. He got hurt because his wife cheated on him, and then the first girlfriend he had after that cheated on him, and then he found Rollo Tomasi, and he's like, don't marry them, don't get too attached, just use them and spin the plates. So I was making videos about all that kind of stuff. And I feel sad for that guy, Entrepreneurs in Cars, because he seems to me like a very sensitive man. And I think he's doing this to protect himself. I'm analyzing him. It's probably not fair. And he has a girlfriend, but how does his girlfriend feel knowing that he's never going to marry her? I don't know. I wouldn't like that. Here's Scott again coming in hot with the tips for us older ladies. Many experts believe that women hit their peak in their 50s. Scott, you get a medal. Okay, we're going to give you the medal. um, okay, Jessica, I don't know about Divide and Conquer 101. Um, is that like a Manosphere channel? Rich Cooper, yes. Ozzy Cortez. I'm talking about Rich Cooper. And I used to watch a lot of his videos. I even one time scheduled a coaching call with him. It was $20 a minute. I think I paid like $100 for 5 minutes, or it was $50 a minute, like super expensive. And I wanted his advice because that's when I was looking into starting my own coaching business. I thought, man, he's really good. I want some advice from him. Rich Cooper, I have his book too. That's why I know a little bit about his history. He's pretty honest. His wife cheated on him, and then he had a girlfriend after that, and he got very attached to her sons, taking them places. Maybe he mentioned fishing, I don't know. But when she cheated on him and they broke up, what broke his heart a lot was losing that relationship with those boys. So I think he's a very sensitive person. There are other men who got divorced because their wives cheated on them. One, he wrote the book, The Dead Bedroom Fix. He takes a different tack. He's like, I was a people pleaser, and now I'm not, and I'm helping other men. And so that's another route that guys can take. It's like, okay, my wife cheated on me. I was a doormat. I was a people pleaser. I don't know if that applies to Rich Cooper. Maybe it does. And so, the Dead Bedroom Fix gentleman, I forgot his name. I interviewed him for my channel a while ago. I think his name was Rich also. But anyway, he now also helps other men about being not a pushover, being confident, owning your sexuality, having boundaries. That's another way that guys can go, is like, well, I'm just going to have some healthy boundaries. So this gentleman that I'm talking about, he got remarried, and he and his wife have a baby together. Lifetime and Hallmark have Every time I look back at the comments, there's Scott talking about more women in their 50s. Okay. Okay. Lifetime and Hallmark movies have a lot of redheads. I think redheads are gorgeous. Yeah, redheads are gorgeous. They're very pretty, and there are not that many. Absolutely very pretty. Okay. Let's see. You guys are leaving lots of comments. This is good because, oh yes, Ralph. That's right. The gentleman who wrote The Dead Bedroom Fix, his name is Ralph. And I tell you, his book is so funny. He talks straight to the men. Like, oh, you're doing chores so your wife will fuck you? Well, you're not a little boy, and no woman wants to fuck her, wants to be your mommy. He talks like that, like straight up to guys. It's so funny. Jessica is a redhead. There we go. Auburn hair, it's Irish heritage. So maybe Scott needs to take a trip to Ireland. Find all the redheads there. They're only 2% of the population. Wow, that is very rare. Hey, Chasha. Okay, I haven't done a live in probably 3 years. If you go on the on anyone's YouTube channel and you select live, you will see all their lives. I've only done 2 lives. I decided to do one today because a podcaster I watched said that everyone should do lives to interact with their audience, and I was supposed to get together with a friend today, and she had to cancel. So I'm like, oh, good time to just. So I'm just sitting here actually in my underwear. I shouldn't even tell you that. I didn't even get fully dressed. I didn't put on any makeup. I'm like, let's just do the live. And I was only five. I was 10 minutes in, ready to get off when people started commenting. So I'm still here. And ideally, to I'm being very unprofessional because I'm just sitting here in my underwear and my t-shirt, and I didn't announce a live. I'm supposed to announce a live so people can tune in. I'm supposed to have a moderator, which I don't need because no one's leaving rude comments. And I should have put this on a tripod, put some makeup on or something. So, okay. There's a woman named Monica Almager who talks a lot about dead bedrooms. Not sure if you saw her content or not. I didn't. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. Okay. I don't know if you guys saw me do a screenshot. I want to check that out. I'm very interested in the dead bedrooms, and specifically, I'm very interested in talking to women who don't want sex with their husbands. I really want to know why they don't want sex with their husbands. If they ever did, or if they stopped wanting it. Because they will say, okay, we still have Scott about the stunning redheads. Okay, just for everyone who just came on now, Scott has been coming on my channel for a long time, so I remember his name, and so has Jessica Hitchens. I remember her name. And it turns out that Scott likes redheads, mature redheads, and he knows all the good movie stars and the names. And now we have another comment, another redhead, Felicia Day, who played Charlie Bradbury. Okay, so for the women who don't like sex, what women have told me that I've asked is that they lost their libido when they hit menopause. Now, I think there's more to it because I am way past menopause, and there were times I lost my libido. Whenever in my life I lost my libido, and there have been times that weren't just menopause, I get very concerned, and I have to figure this out and get that turned around. Kind of like if I start feeling bloated or I'm always thirsty or something, because to me it's a health crisis. Like, what's going on? What's going on with my body? Why do I not want sex? And so I think that if these women would inquire, they might get it back. But one thing for sure I will say is that after menopause, I was just more dry. My skin was more dry everywhere in my private area as well. And so that kept any touch felt uncomfortable. There's a product that I recommend. It's called Rosebud. It's a rosebud. It's you can get it on Amazon. It's like a lotion that you put on your vulva, but it's got more the consistency of like a Vaseline, but not as thick. I've tried, it's not like oil. I've tried other products that would be cheaper that don't work. I don't want to go in my bedroom to get it and show you, but I'll make it because I have like all my family photos are in my bedroom, and I don't want to show those all on YouTube, like my kids and my grandkids, and I don't want to walk through my bedroom and have those be shown. So I will make a separate video about the rosebud cream. That could really help because if the skin is dry or thin, it hurts to touch. Another thing that's really helped me is I started doing estradiol cream. You apply it externally. The pelvic floor therapist recommended I take it. Oh yeah, Jessica just said it too. Um, okay, the the estradiol helped a lot because it actually made it easier for me to get more aroused and feel more wet when I'm with my sugar daddies. As you guys know, I have my sugar daddies, so I am sexually active, okay? I have to get aroused to men I'm not attracted to. That's my job with these sugar daddies, okay? I have to because see in a natural situation a woman is going to be already aroused by you because of the emotional investment you've made. You've taken her to dinner, you've flirted with her, you've listened to her day, well, whatever, you've gone out dancing, she's already interested, she's already aroused. But imagine you're walking into a doctor's office or a chiropractor's office or a massage, and this woman is just seeing you for the first time, and now she's supposed to have sex with you. Cold start. She doesn't know you. You haven't done anything except made an appointment. Or so from a cold start, uh, a lot more is required. So the woman has to really know what she needs. Anyway, so what I'm saying is that for me, and at 64, the two things that have helped me a lot is wanting to stay connected to my libido, telling men exactly what I like and don't like. This is very important. Like using my voice to speak for my body, the rosebud cream, and the estradiol. So when women lose their desire in sex, I think they don't care because I don't know why. Because I've had women tell me I always loved sex with my husband. It was so great. After menopause, I don't like it anymore. And I don't get that. Did she really not care? Or is she just annoyed with him and glad to be rid of it because he's pushing her? Maybe he wasn't very understanding when she lost her libido and now she doesn't want to try to get it back. There's something more going on, and I need to talk to women who lost their libido after menopause. I need to find out what's going on. Hello, Carlos. Thank you for joining the live stream. Estradiol and Inra Rose, DHEA. My pee is very dry. So, how can pee be dry? It's water. That makes no sense. I can block people, by the way, if they're inappropriate. Oh, I should tell you guys, Oh, there's a movie on Lifetime about called Sugar Daddies. It's probably all fake. Um, it's raining here now. I have watched movies about escorts, and they're all fake. You know, it's very fake. Like this woman gets $2,000 to go to lunch. That does not happen, except in the movies. That does not happen. Okay, men don't pay to take you to lunch. They pay you for sex. Oh, Jessica Hitchens blocked the guy. I don't have to see his stupid comments. I don't know if he's still on there, the guy who talked about his pee. And not to be racist, but usually these guys with the weird comments, they're from India. And I tell you, because India, it's not their fault. Indian men are raised, everyone in India is raised to be, they have to suppress their sexuality, so they're weird. They may leave weird comments, and you can tell their English isn't good, and they're weird. And a lot of Indian men, their foreskin doesn't even pull back all the way. They don't pull it back when they're showering. They don't know. India is very backwards when it comes to sex, very backwards in women's rights. Yes. So when I saw his comment about the pee, I'm like, he sounds from India. Because American men don't say, I my pee is dry. They don't talk like that. They say things like, uh, can I get your number? Stuff like that. I want to fuck you. I don't know. Okay. Um oh, your message was hidden. So so it's true that if we talk about penis size, it's true that shorter men generally have a smaller penis, but not always necessarily. I've seen tall men with a tiny penis, but it makes sense that like shorter stature men, like men who are typically 5'5", like are going to have a shorter penis because the women are shorter. Okay, for example, I'm going to get a little personal. I'm 5'3" and I have a short vagina. It's like the length of my finger. I can touch my cervix with the length of my finger. Okay, I'm short. So a long penis, I have to really work up to it. Whereas a taller woman is going to have a longer vagina, more for longer penis. Like white people, if you look at these women who are 6 feet tall, they're usually from Ukraine or Germany. They're like from some white colonial empire. They're tall, and the guys are taller. The penises are longer. The biggest, longest penises are usually on these very slender men, tall, slender, fit men, because I think they have good blood flow. Anyway, I we should do a study on this. But my point being that the shorter men, like the Hispanic, Indian, and Middle Eastern men, they're shorter, and the women are shorter. So of course their penises are shorter. Why, if you're a cat, would you want a penis, the horse-sized penis? If you're a cat, it it wouldn't go. So women who I don't mind a short penis, but I want it to be clean. And if the guy isn't circumcised, he should be able to pull back his forehead and wash it, and it shouldn't be squeeze. He should be. It should retract. You know, he should have good hygiene down there. And it is true, Scott, that the irony is the Kama Sutra was written in India many centuries ago, but yet they're so sexually repressed. Okay. Do we have any more questions? European men have the biggest penises, and then African. Yes, I would say that white men have the biggest penises. Um, Definitely, it's white men. Not all white men. White men have the biggest penises, the heart, big, and some African men. And with the African men, they're more like what you know how in the cuckoldry word they have the BBC, the bull. They call the guy the bull. It's like a built jack guy with a girthy penis. That's a true thing. But not all men have a big penis. Black men have a big penis. I mean, um, So yeah, good hygiene is good. It's just if men have foreskin, just in the shower, just pull it back, wash under there, and then just pull it back up. Um, but with these Indian men, their penis gets distorted because I've seen some in their 40s that can't even pull their foreskin back. And then you just have this skin dangling off the end. It's kind of gross. And then, especially if you have like some pre-cum oozing out, it gets pretty disgusting. It's like, I'm not going to put my mouth on that. I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings here. Black guys are not the biggest. White guys are the biggest. How many black men have I been with? Send me $100 and I will email you back and tell you. Um, Middle Eastern men are girthy. I'm not sure. Their penises are more smaller, but they can be hard. Um, okay, so here's the thing about the what happens with these Indian guys. I don't even know. I have to, if I should be telling everybody this, it could gross people out. But if the if the foreskin is stuck, if the foreskin is stuck and the foreskin is tight, it it squishes the head. And so even when they finally can retract the forehead, I've never, okay, so if there's a penis that has like a nice bulbous head, I kind of like those. But Indian guys can't do that because everything is so tight that even if it does pull back, the whole thing at the top is all squished. Even the head, everything is squished. It stays squished because it's been squished together for decades. It can't breathe, and the foreskin doesn't expand. It's all tight. And they don't know. They don't know. Okay, Middle Eastern men are more stocky. Yeah, maybe more of like a hockey player build or something. Um, anyway, I think there's a big difference between older men and younger men. I think that men over I think that men who were raised in the age when boys were shamed for crying are not as good in bed because I think their empathy is turned off. So if they were, because younger guys are very good. They're like, oh, I notice you. They notice my response, but older guys don't because they're like focused on the technique. They're worried about staying hard. They worried about if they can support their weight and missionary. Like, I just don't. There are exceptions, but I think that if the woman loves the man, she's going to enjoy sex with him. That's what I think. And that's really more important is how we feel about the guy we're with. In fact, um, when the woman is attracted to the guy emotionally, none of this stuff matters about his belly or this or that, because she can be so turned on by him that none of the other stuff even matters, you know? So guys shouldn't get so obsessed about their penis size. I mean, I guess it's like women getting obsessed about their vagina size, but we can't see our vagina, so we don't have to compete or compare ourselves. But guys, their penises out there, I feel bad for guys because they always think it should be bigger or whatever. Why? Why should it be bigger? It doesn't have to be bigger. Guys, people, we always compare ourselves. Jessica does not like older men. Well, Jessica, you and I are an exception because almost every woman I know likes older men. And my friend that's on Match that I talk about sometimes, I forgot how old she is, told me she was. She's somewhere around my age. She she looks for men who are like 70 on Match. And she's pretty hot. She takes care of herself. She's slender, very athletic. Good job. She's a lawyer. She's got a nice car, nice house. She likes them older. She likes them 70. I keep telling her, you have to go younger. And then she did. She matched up with this guy that was 45 on Match. And he lived like a little bit further away. And she's like, you live kind of far from me. And he goes, oh, I'll drive for the experience. He was just trying to fuck her. I'm like, yeah, maybe that was a little too young. Because while a woman may occasionally be down for a one night stand, um, no, generally not, right? It's how you use it. And Batman, what I want to add to that is not just how you use your penis, it's also how you are connected with the woman and the connection you have and how she feels about you. It's everything else. You know, are you confident? Is she attracted to you? Are you sensual? Maybe she likes it rough and you're rough. I don't know. I like it more sensual. Um, and then how you use it. I want to make another point about it's really nice when the guy doesn't just go boom, 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 because that's kind of boring. If they change the tempo, sometimes go slow, do some hip circles, change the angle, keep looking at the woman. It's almost like people have to think of fucking more like a dance. And the way that I was fucked my entire marriage was boom, 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 and I'm looking at the ceiling. So I'm laying here and I'm so bored. And I'm like, oh, but I'm a wife who fucks her husband. That's pretty good. But I was so bored. He never looked at me, never kissed me, kept his eyes closed. I don't know where his head was. And that's with these older guys because they have trouble supporting their weight. So they're not looking at me and kissing me. Their head is way off in the pillow. And that's kind of boring. Um, I think that I like it when it's a little bit more connected. I kind of think of the intercourse more like a dance, you know, like we're connected. We're having this dance together. It's not just you boom, boom, booming. Boom, 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 boom. That's kind of boring for me. A sensual dance, yes. Did my husband have a small penis? He was actually very big. If it was small, I wouldn't have answered it, but he was actually very big and girthy with a beautiful mushroom head. I love the big head, girthy. He had a very nice penis. So when I was laying on my back looking at the ceiling, I was just looking at the ceiling. I don't remember if I was thinking of anything. I was thinking about, well, at least I'm fucking my husband. I'm not like those other women who don't fuck their husbands. When will this be over? And it was always over in with like a minute or two, so there really wasn't enough time to make a shopping list. Um, and for him, he was glad it was over in a minute or two because sex was really never that important to him that he wanted to put any effort into it. It was just something to get off. And you know, he liked to have it a lot, but not enough to put any more sensuality or effort into it. But I will say, in his defense, he was a very good husband in all other ways, a very good dad, and he loved me, and he did so many projects around the house. This guy had good energy. He would get up early, he would get stuff done. He was interesting and he was smart, and he was not a guy that was lazy around the house. And my family all loved him and my kids love him. He was never mean to me even though I divorced him. If I would text him now, he would reply to me. He's just emotionally avoidant, so I can't say bad things about him. But on the other hand, I have known people who had electrifying sex. Like the woman had like orgasm after orgasm just with this guy. And another woman told me that when he entered me, his penis felt like it was full of electricity. I was so turned on. But that guy was an unemployed loser, smoked pot all the time. The other guy was like, I don't know if he had Asperger's or something. And then I hooked up a while back with this guy. He's in my book, The Fuck List. He was in his mid 40s. And apparently he and his wife had fantastic sex all the time, but they still got divorced. So the point I'm trying to make is you can have the best sex with the guy and you can have a horrible relationship. The guy can be unemployed, lounge around the house, belittle you, not listen to what you say. You can have a crap relationship and really good sex. So the sex alone being good is not enough. And I think every relationship is going to have something that's not perfect, and my marriage with the bad sex lasted 25 years, and these other people I'm talking about, some of them never even got married. The other one was only married for less than 10 years. So I think if you have good sex but everything else is bad, your marriage is not going to last very long because the sex is over very quickly. I was thinking about that the other day. I had some really great sex with this younger guy and it was amazing, and when he left I thought, would I want to be in a relationship with this guy? No, because the sex was good, but the sex is over. And now I don't have anything in common with this guy. So, it's great if you can have good sex with someone you're in love with, but I don't think that's available to everyone on the planet. I never had it. The magic wand, yes. Yeah. The best sex means nothing if that's all you have. Well, it's raining here. I'm in San Diego. I'm like 10 miles inland. Yeah. Um, the best sex means nothing, but I think that it is a way for people to be connected. There's something very um, connected about being skin on skin, heart to heart with someone, because we're physical beings. Like we touch things, we touch our food, and we hug each other, and we hold our children, and mothers hold their children usually in their right arm. And that, interestingly enough, this is my right hand, and then when you hold your baby, they're on your chest, right? This is my heart on this side. So I'm backwards. I think you're seeing me backwards. And hugging isn't just a thing for children. We always talk about how babies need touch, but adults thrive on touch as well, hugs. And in some cultures, they do more hugging than we do in our culture. And I think sex is one time that people do hug nakedly, skin on skin, heart to heart, looking at each other, kissing. So it's a very natural, biologically natural touch. I mean, you're also using your genitals, but you're also just skin on skin and touching. So I think it's very, very precious just for that part. Um, a member's video about the Indians. Well, what else can I say? I already said I mean I could, but what would I say in the members video? If you just asked a question, maybe I could say it here, but I need to make a video for the members anyway, so if you let me know. I think Jessica has said something about having a bad experience with Indian men. I think that Indian men born in the US are different. It's their culture. Another thing about Indian men, it's very patriarchal. A lot of places are very backwards. So they're raised that they're like a god. They're entitled. And the mom will dote on them. What do you want to eat? What can I make your bed? Very, very spoiled. I had a friend who was dating this Indian guy. He had a very, very high up job for a big company in IT, like big. And oh my God, he was the worst. He treated her like a little slave, and the sex was horrible. He always came in like 10 seconds. He had all these sexual issues, and she was like into tantra ecstatic dance. Like she was sexually very, evolved and experienced, and she was trying to help him, and eventually they had to break up. This is a story I'm going to tell you. Well, they had moved to another city as for his corporate job, and then they moved from one dwelling into another dwelling. She packed all the boxes. She took all the boxes into her car, carried them from her car into the new house. While he just sat there watching TV, he didn't lift a finger because he's Indian and the men don't do anything. They're waited on by the women. That's right. I found that shocking. So that was the Indian guy. Jessica says they're workhorses. Oh, they always want to work. So another thing about Indian men, they're very flabby. They have flabby bellies, and there's no bigger turnoff to me than a guy with a skinny guy with no muscle tone with a flabby belly. That is just gross. Because I'm like, you look like you haven't digested your food. Is that poop in there? That's what I think. It's gross. They have no muscle tone. They have no abs because they're pushed from a young age to work. All the Indian men you see in this country, they all have like masters or PhDs, okay, in some kind of engineering. And the same with the Chinese. And they're pushed from a young age to work, study, study, study. They lose out on their childhood. They lose out on their creativity. They don't exercise. Like here in the U.S., kids are really big into sports. Every kid in college has played some kind of sport growing up. In college, often many of them. So they have some muscle tone. A lot of guys stop working out when they get older, but they still have the muscle tone that they developed in their childhood, in their youth. They still have muscle tone. Guys don't ever lose that. I can see their muscle tone even if they don't work out. But these Indian guys, they have no muscle tone, no sex game. It's all work, work, work. And that's why they work all day. They don't make time for anything. They work, work, work. That's what they do. Yep, they're forced to study. Their diet is worse. Yeah, I bet their diet is even worse now. Okay, Live 5790. I don't mean to ignore your question. I only see the last 4 questions. Let me scroll up and see if I find your question. Okay. No, this message is held for review. I do not see your question. Live 5790. I do not see your question. I'm scrolling up. Do not see your question. Would you write it again, please? There's some messages held for review, but I don't know if that's yours. Please write it again. Don't mean to ignore everyone. Yeah, they're driven to study a lot. And the problem with having to study like that a lot is that you get really good at being told what to do. It makes you very obedient and able to follow rules. But they say that for people to be really creative and take risks, you have to be able to have a lot of time for free play and do things that are scary that use your courage, which children will naturally do. And their parents are always like, don't jump off that tree, you'll hurt yourself. But kids have a sense for what they can do, and that risk taking, they have to get familiar with that feeling of a little bit of fear and the free play. So I don't know, but so I'm trying to answer all the questions. I don't mean to ignore. Why is this person saying I'm ignoring his question? Live 5790. He says I ignored his question. I don't see it. Don't. I'm scrolling up, up. Okay. So I'm going to remove the guy who asked about his pee. That's why I had to change. I used to have my email on my YouTube channel. People would email me and tell me how much I helped them. I had to get rid of it because I had these guys that would just write me inappropriate things. So this time I don't have any trolls really at all. So you guys aren't bored of me yet. So, um, you know, different people like different kinds of sex. Some women like it a lot rougher. Maybe YouTube deleted his comment. Yeah. And YouTube will do that. They don't post every comment. They will put some comments in review. Also on my channel, I have certain words that I have put. If people use those words, they will be held for review. But sometimes YouTube just holds it for review. And I don't know why they do that. But here's the thing. I am surprised that YouTube is letting us talk about the Charlie Kirk assassination and the FBI involvement. They're letting us talk about it. They're letting Candace Owens talk about it. Why is that? Because they're exposing the deep state. I'm good to listen to on a dark, overcast afternoon. Well, thank you. But I need to go get I need to go get a drink. And today I'm going to listen. There's another guy I listen to. He's doing his live tonight. His name is Baron Coleman, and he's very good. He's a lawyer. He's married, 8 kids. They have 8 kids, and they're homeschooled. This guy is smart. He had 300 subscribers for years, and he's been on radio before too, for years, and he just kept making his videos. Well, when he started talking about Charlie Kirk, he's very good. A lot of people start watching him. Oh, he has 100,000 subscribers. So I definitely plan on listening to him because I love how we're finally getting some truth. I am so tired of the government always lying about everything. They lie about everything and they get away with it. But now we have all these independent journalists and we have people on YouTube, and someone like Candace can say, hey, was anyone who was at Fort Huachuca on September 8th and saw this meeting, send me the video, send me the photos, whatever. If you were at the Charlie Kirk event and you have this or you have that, or you've seen these rental cars, and she has a tip line, and Baron Coleman has a tip line, it's an email. Apparently, Candace has like 50,000 emails, but they're doing what the FBI is refusing to do because the FBI did it. The FBI was in on the assassination of Charlie Kirk, in my opinion, and everybody with half a brain knows Tyler Robinson did not assassinate Charlie Kirk. And everyone who says that they believe it is automatically part of the cover-up. That includes Erica Kirk, Megyn Kelly, and Nick Fuentes. Yes, I know who Nick Fuentes is. Oh my God, someone sent me money. That's a big one. Less is more. Thank you so much. I've never gotten a $49.99 super chat. I'm going to give that a heart. That is really good. Now I know why people are so happy about their super chats. Tyler Robinson definitely did it. Is this a joke? This person's joking. This person is definitely joking with me. What it looks like was what the main theory right now is that looks to be Nick Fuentes is the ultimate incel man. I only came across Nick Fuentes because I watch a channel called Liberty Vault. They bring a lot of clips of Dave Smith and other kind of like libertarians. And I started watching Nick Fuentes because he came up on there, the way he was talking about Erica Kirk, and I thought he was funny. So I just have seen these little clips of him. But to my understanding, he is a virgin. He's very smart, so I don't know if he's autistic, but he seems to have a good rapport with people and he's funny. So he's either gay or autistic. He says he's a virgin because he's Christian and he's in his early 20s. Some of these guys are, oh, Jackson Hinkle is another guy I listen to. Jackson Hinkle acts like he's like 35 years old. He's a journalist. But the guy's only 22. And I started watching him when he still lived in LA, and now he's moved to Russia. He has a Russian girlfriend. He travels all over the globe. He's in China, he's in Iran, he's in Yemen, Venezuela. He has friends all over, and he does very good journalism. And he doesn't start his channel with some boring chit chat. His channel starts right with whatever it is he's saying, and he has a pretty good sense of humor too. And he doesn't go on and on. Jackson Hinkle. They had booted him off YouTube, but now he's back on. You believe in Kash Patel? Is this a joke? This guy is having fun with me. The Bibs 11. Tyler Robinson did it. I believe in Kash Patel. Yeah, give me those Epstein files. Give me those Epstein files. And Nick Fuentes is 27. Okay, that's pretty old to be a virgin. And with someone with that much of a following, I'm sure he could get sex if he wanted it. I respect the fact that he's Christian, but Christian men usually get married very young because they're horny. And how do you get sex if you can't have sex until marriage? You marry at 19, or if you have a mission, as soon as your mission is over, like the next day. That's how strong the sex urge is for men. So if he's 27 and Christian and has never had sex, he's secretly gay or he's so autistic that I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know, but I found him very interesting. And what's coming out now is that there's a big cover up. And okay, the main theory now, what happened to Charlie Kirk, is the exploding mic theory. Okay, and there are all these people around Charlie Kirk who made a lot of movements. The sound guy. At every Charlie Kirk present event, they always have him sitting on like they have the sound guy has his stuff on the table. There's a table around Charlie, like three sides of a square, and the sound guy has his stuff on the table. At this event, he was on the floor and he was hid under the table right before the boom. There was weird stuff going on, and the Hibbs guy, he had a microphone with what we think is explosives in it because the company that made it, because Hibbs lives in the city in Utah, that took a private plane to Nashville, where this company is that makes the explosives, and he went to Nashville on the same day that this government contract was due for these explosives mics, and that company blew up, had a fire right after. That's how Baron Coleman found out about it, because that company had a fire. Then he looked into it and he found all these connections. And you can see Butch Hibbs has something in his pocket that he then hands off. They do all these handoffs and weird hand signals. So there's the exploding mic. There's the exploding mic. There's the handheld mic. Then we don't know yet about the necklace. The people are still piecing it all together. What happened? He was never shot. The thing in his neck, it could either be because he was trying to stage something himself, or something exploded inside that came out or hit his neck. The problem is that there isn't enough footage of a high enough density that people can slow down the frames enough to analyze a lot of what happened. But the exploding mic theory makes sense because the electrocution, they sent a voltage of electrocution through him, because you can see when they carried him off, his fingers are all burned, and they had him sitting with his feet on water bottles. If you look at that picture, his feet were on water bottles. So, and he was sitting on this, I don't know electricity enough. There's a person called Allie Top Files. She calls into Mr. Let Go, and she's been giving data also to Baron Coleman. Her dad was an electrician. She was electrocuted herself when she was a child. But anyway, there are all these people doing all this investigation. So they think it was electrocution through the mic he was holding and the exploding mic that was under his shirt, the one that Butch Hicks picked up from the DOD contractor. There are so many people in on it, like dozens of people in on it. So many people in on it. It's crazy. Oh, okay. I'm going to read this comment. Dolly B 1232. Videos are circulating of Erica Kirk allegedly using fake eye drops. Why hasn't this hit the headlines? Okay, I'm glad you brought this up because I've been wondering how she learned to cry. The first month or so, she was not crying. She was talking and then doing this, wiping dry eyes. We know when you cry, the tears come out here, your nose will run, and your mascara will run. She had on so much mascara, and then she was fake dabbing. So all these people were making fun of her fake crying. And then all of a sudden, I noticed when she was on the Barry Weiss interview, she was actually crying. So I was impressed. I saw her eyes get watery. I don't know if she put something in her eyes that happened to water right at that moment, or if she thought of something sad, like her boyfriend Cabot Phillips being murdered instead. Allegedly, her boyfriend. I don't know what happened, but she was dabbing her nose too. So, how do you think she could make her? Do you think that maybe they stopped the camera because it was a pre-taped interview, and then she put the eye drops in, and then they asked her the question that made her cry? Do you think that's what they did? And I'm not on TikTok, so I don't see all of this. Erica Kirk using fake eye drops. That's how she did it then. Okay, because I'm like, she's actually crying now. She is trying to cover her ass. But you know, it's hard to cry when you're angry and when you're happy. She's happy that she got rid of him. And she's angry that she has to deal with us asking her questions. She's pissed off about that because she feels entitled to just take over TPUSA and squander everything Charlie did and make it her own, pro-Zionist. And I think she hated Charlie Kirk because she was married to him for a long time while she hated him. I don't think she ever loved him. And there was an interview I was watching today where he was asking her some question about, you know, what's important for a woman, and I don't forgot what she said, and he said something, I forgot his question, but then his answer was to not have sex before marriage, and she looked like a little bit perturbed about that. And then they were like not in sync in this, and you can tell that his belief system was a woman should follow the husband's lead, she should stay at home and do his bidding. And her belief was more like the modern woman. I want to have my opinions. She said something about equally yoked. He didn't like that. And so he just ignored her and went on to the next question. He didn't even listen to her. So I think he was very set on the kind of woman he wanted her to be and that she should be. And she resented it. And I think she resented him. And every time she had to have sex with him, I'm sure resented it even more. I think she hated him. I think she never loved him. I think him trying to force her into this mold made her hate him more. And I think that she also was in on the assassination. And so she's angry because she hates him and she has to pretend that she's sad. And she has to answer our questions. And she's really annoyed because it wasn't supposed to go this way. We were all supposed to believe Tyler Robinson did it. And she was supposed to just go on and grieve for a month with these fake tears and then put on her colorful clothes and become vice president. So she's really, you know, pretty stressed right now, I would think. By the way, I don't think that I don't think that every woman should have to cry when her husband dies. There were many years I hated my husband. I would have never thought of killing him. I never did kill him. Obviously, he's still alive. Never tried to, never would have done it. But if he would have died, would I have cried? No. So this whole idea of these women saying, "Oh, she should be crying because he died." No, but you shouldn't be fake crying either. And I think it's really unfair to expect everyone to be happily married. Because if you're not unhappily married and your spouse dies, you might just be glad, okay? Because you were going to get divorced anyway. And I think that's how she felt, like, I'm finally rid of this guy. But the fact that she was involved in his assassination is really bad. High Blueprint, High Aqua One. I think Trump fooled us all. Part of me actually believed him. You know, the only reason I believed he might change everything is just because the um the government officials for 8 years tried to get rid of him with, the fake Russia gate, all the impeachment stuff. I'm like, why are they trying to impeach him over a $130,000 campaign thing when we have bankers stealing trillions? And there's so much Nancy Pelosi doing all this insider trading. Like, why this? Epstein files, no one cared about that. But we're going to go out. They went after him for all these petty things. And then that assassination attempt, which I now believe was faked. So I thought, maybe he is going to drain the swamp. What's wrong with releasing the Epstein files? Why not release the JFK files? He's an outsider. They've been trying to get rid of him. I bet he's going to do it. But he was an insider all along. He was friends with Epstein. He was friends with Hillary. They say he didn't pay a lot of his contractors. He's a con artist. He's a con artist. But even if he wasn't, and Alex Craner, if you listen to Alex Craner, if you watch Dialogue Works or Judge Napolitano or Glenn Deason, Alex Craner actually thinks Trump tries to do good. Well, how is that working out? If some people say Trump really wants to stop the war in Ukraine, but the CIA is still in there and he can't stop them. If he really was that good, he would just do what Marjorie Taylor Greene did, is just quit. Be like, these people are corrupt beyond belief. I'm just going to quit. Or do you think that they're holding assassination attempts over his head? You do what we want, or your son is gone. Because Putin said that um, people come into the public office wanting to do good things, but then men in suitcases show up and tell you exactly how it's going to go. And yes, Jessica, you're right. Trump did lock down in 2020. He just followed the advice of Big Pharma. And if he was a good guy, why is he enriching himself at the expense of everyone? Making deals for billions of dollars, and I just have trouble with this whole thing in Gaza. We know that Israel is a colonial project, but they're not just satisfied with the Israel that they have. They want to kill, because real armies kill other armies and infrastructure, like Russia. To my knowledge, Russia doesn't kill civilians, hospitals, journalists. They could have killed Zelensky a long time ago, and civilians, they don't. They go after other soldiers and infrastructure. But Israel, with our help, we are bombing civilians. I think that Trump has lied. He's like, I'm going to release the Epstein files. And he's like, are you still talking about the Epstein files? I think that he's a player, a con artist, an opportunist. And because he has this very folksy way of talking and is very charming, people believe whatever he says. And I think that in the midterms, the Republicans are not going to win. And I'm hoping people won't be so forgetful, because remember Biden and remember the Democrats trying to silence our speech and the trans agenda, and they were bombing civilians in Gaza too. Um, they were All taking Zionist money. I think what could happen in the midterms is that people who refuse to take Zionist donor money could win, but then they're still taking money from Wall Street, and um, one sector of the economy no one ever talks about. We all know about big pharma and the military industrial complex, but who does no one ever talk about? And that could be related to the Rothschilds and the Jews, I don't know, but the banks. No one ever talks about the Federal Reserve and the banks and how they're, laundering money and making money, or the CIA. There's all this stuff going on that I don't really understand. And that's why I like the Charlie Kirk investigation, because it's bringing out a lot of these things that are just hidden from the public. Jessica says there are no good guys. They all want power. The Uniparty. I don't know who his mentor is. I am Persian and German. Am I biased? Am I? I grew up in Germany, and I will tell you, I leaving Germany was heartbreaking. I always missed Germany, but now when I see what's happened to Germany, I am heartbroken. Germany has become fascist. They want to start a war with Russia for no reason. Okay, so I'm an EU citizen. And so I don't, if I was going to be biased, I would be for Germany, and I'm not for Germany. Um, I think that they're being ruled by these elites that are just trying to start wars and control free speech. That's what's happening. In Iran, I don't know, I've never been there, but my understanding is they have a lot of economic problems, like in Venezuela, due to the sanctions. Because when you have sanctions, you cannot trade with anyone. You cannot get parts. Like in Venezuela, they couldn't get parts to improve their drilling because they're sanctioned. If they sell oil to anyone, the country that buys their oil is sanctioned. You can't buy medicines. When a country is sanctioned, they're going to have huge economic problems. Apparently, in Tehran right now, they have like water shortages. They have problems because they're sanctioned. Um, I do not know how um, being against Trump makes me biased. I really, really thought that he would change things. I did not vote. I was not a US citizen then. I just became a citizen last summer. And I couldn't vote. I have never voted. But I thought, maybe Trump can change things, because I was volunteering for the Kennedy campaign. And I'd gone to 2 Kennedy functions. I actually have pictures of myself with Kennedy. I attended 2 fundraisers. But then he joined Trump. That's another reason I thought Trump would win. I really like Tulsi Gabbard, and I really like Kennedy. And I thought, ooh, and Elon Musk, the free speech on Twitter. He brought free speech to Twitter. I'm like, okay, well, if Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard, and Musk are going with Trump, that's all. These are moves in the right direction. He wants to stop the wars. He wants to release the Epstein files and the Kennedy files. He wants to bring manufacturing back. These are all good things. He's a populist candidate. I'm on board. Everything he did was a lie. And Tulsi and Kennedy, they've all been disappointing. They're all. Iran is next on the list. I think so too. I do not know how easy it will be to do it. Right now, I think they're starting to do like a color revolution. I don't know how well it'll go. They're probably already doing a color revolution, or trying to do a color revolution, because they're starting some riots. So they might be able to do it. My grandfather really liked the Shah. The Shah is an American puppet, and my grandfather actually had like a store where the Shah was one of his customers. So my grandfather actually was like a millionaire when he retired. But my grandfather really liked the Shah. He would say, bah, 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 Shah kheli khube. The Shah is very good. I don't speak that much Farsi, but a little bit. But I remember also that my uncle was put in jail for being politically involved for the opposition, because they had, under the Shah, they had like spies everywhere, and you would spy on your neighbor. If you knew your neighbor was for another party, you would call them in. They would cart them off to jail. It was very, so people did not like the Shah. I don't, I didn't know the Shah was bad until recently. People did not like the Shah. It was a very controlling regime with like the secret police. Tulsi had an odd background in childhood. Cold like I did not know that. She just seemed to me to be very to me she seemed like an authentic leader. She seemed authentic and she spoke with strength and love. I just found her, at least maybe she fooled me, but she did speak out against a lot of her overseas ventures, but now she's trying to keep her job. Who knows if they threaten people with their lives? We don't know. Look at Charlie Kirk. He's like, they're going to kill me. And they did because he started speaking out against the wars. He didn't want to take money from Netanyahu, Satan Yahoo, some people call him. And he was against the war, so they took him out. You know? And Candace has death threats. She must have really good security. So a lot of people don't want to risk their lives like that. Watch the documentary The Bitter Lake from 2014. It's long, but I think you will enjoy it. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. So how do you guys like Trump so far? Or what do you guys think about the Charlie Kirk assassination? Oh, I should do what Mr. Let Go does. He does. Everybody hit the like. Everybody hit the like button. Hit the like button right now. Hit the like button right now. Or they'll do things like, okay, if you think Tyler Robinson did it, put a 1 in the chat. If you think he didn't do it, put a 2 in the chat. Okay, you guys. I need to get like a Bailey's or something. I want to get something. I don't even know what time it is. 3:16. Okay. Okay. So we'll just Juno is getting covered by more snow. I should do more live streams. Oh yeah. Hey Tiasha Novak, do you want to say anything or oh, it's midnight where you are. Oh, so you're 9 hours ahead of me. I thought that maybe you were in Europe somewhere. I could do more live streams. I did not. I mean, I only have 23 people, but it's been fun. Oh, Slovenia. Oh, Slovenia. Isn't that where Melania Trump is from? They have very beautiful women in Slovenia. Yes. Jessica, it's after 11 here. 11 p.m.? Yes, I'm going to have Irish Baileys. I'm an hour ahead of you. Okay, so I have 3:15 in the afternoon. Yes, I'm going to pour myself a Bailey's. So that's what I think I should do in case we're still on here. I just, ja, ich rede Deutsch. Dolly fragt mich, ob ich Deutsch spreche. Ja. I didn't learn English till I was 9. I was in 3rd grade when I learned English. So, yeah, I have Baileys. I just bought some Baileys today. Oh my god, the lighting here is terrible. Oh, du redest auch Deutsch. Sehr gut. Yes, they have beautiful women in Eastern Europe. Tyler Robinson didn't do it. Okay, well, there was somebody that was on here saying Tyler Robinson did it, but I think he was joking with me. I'm gonna have some Baileys. I just bought this today. I'm like, just have a little bit. Um, oh, to become a U.S. citizen, that was pretty easy. So when we came over, and my battery power is low, I'm at 15%. So I'll just stay on here a few more minutes, and I have to charge my phone. When I moved from Germany, I had a green card right away in 1971, but I never applied for my citizenship because I didn't want to lose my German citizenship. But recently they changed the rules that, and then for a long time you had to apply, fill out all these forms in Germany to retain the German citizenship before applying for the American one. And also when I was born, I had an Iran citizenship. I had an Iranian passport. So I think I'm still an Iranian citizen because according to their website, once you're an Iranian citizen, you're always an Iranian citizen. Then when I applied for my when I applied to be a citizen, I did that last fall. It took like 6 months. They do the biometrics, they run all your criminal record. Then you go in for an interview. The interview took like 3 minutes or 4 minutes. And then I thought I would have to come back to get my citizenship, but they did it right then. They're like, can you just stay? And I went upstairs and they read me the Pledge of Allegiance. And then I got my passport a month later. It was very easy. But they look for people, they want to look for people that don't have a criminal record. That's the main thing they look for. Have done like any drug smuggling or arms smuggling or terrorist activities or crimes. If you've done any crimes, like any kind of theft or domestic battery, you have to be able to explain it. But if you don't have any criminal record, it's pretty easy. Yeah. You like my commentary on current events? Show us what you're wearing. You see it right here. I'm wearing my t-shirt. It says, I love San Diego. Ah, Scott, yeah, you saw my fridge. I have cod liver oil. I do. Hey, the biz, if you want to see what I'm wearing and not wearing, you should subscribe to my Just for Fans, which I can't advertise here because I don't know if YouTube would allow it. But if you go on justfor.fans, you can easily find me. My profile picture is my big booty. It's $40 a month to subscribe. Then you can see what I'm wearing and not wearing. But this is YouTube. It's $40 a month. I usually do a discount code for $36. But I don't have AI bots or chatters. I handle my own page and I upload every day. Good way to get your vitamin D during the winter. Yeah, but I was outside today. I took a 1-hour walk today. I've had to work on my walking. This might be boring, but I should make a whole video on it, but it might sound boring. I had like bad form for I was like holding things and my walking was off, and I ended up in April this year not being able to walk at all. So I've had to do a bunch of rehab work, a lot of deep tissue massage, and learn how to walk. Believe it or not, walking is very complicated. So I worked an hour on my walk today. Okay, message held for review. How much to get you in real life? You should message me at my Just for Fans. I cannot advertise anything illegal on YouTube. They will take my channel down. They will take my channel down. The sun angle is too low to get vitamin D production this time of year. Okay, I did not know that. Okay, if humans live for thousands or millions of years with this, maybe we could be hibernating like bears. We don't need vitamin D as much in the summer, in the winter. Is that a thing? Because you don't get it. If you live in Norway, you're always, it's dark half the year, right? Norway, Scandinavia, Alaska. I had a friend who lived in Alaska. It gets dark It gets light at like 10 in the morning and dark at 3 in the afternoon. Like it's always dark. And the Eskimos are super healthy. Is it because they eat fish? I don't know. I cannot advertise anything illegal. I actually lost my Twitter for advertising things that are not supposed to be advertised. So now on my Twitter, I just advertise my Just for Fans. When people go to my Just for Fans, they see other ways to contact me. So that's how I'll leave it at that. You can also look through the escort pages in San Diego and maybe you'll find me there. That's all I can say. I cannot advertise anything more than that, and it will not be under my name Schahrzad Morgan, and my face will be blurred. That's all I can tell you. My YouTube channel is more, it's a different thing. It's for me to talk about other things and just to have fun. I know I could do sexy things on YouTube. I have a YouTube video where I'm in a bikini that is like my biggest view videos. And I could, but I don't want to exploit YouTube to pose in a bikini because I look at other people, they have a lot of subscribers just being smart or funny or interesting. So YouTube is for that. If people just on my Just for Fans, I don't talk about stuff like this. The guys on there don't want to see it. They want to be entertained, you know, see my body, see me with guys. They want that. So you know, some of the videos I make on here, I put on my Just for Fans. I don't think they want to see it. Like the one about the clitoris and the prostate I put on there. I don't think that the guys really want to see that, honestly. So it's just, you know, people go to different places to get different things. High doses of steroid hormone. What does that do for you, Jessica? The high doses of the steroid. And Scott says that the fish gives them the vitamin D they need. Ah, that makes sense. So like in Norway and Scandinavian countries, they would eat more fish, and that gives them the vitamin D that they don't would otherwise get from the sun. That's very interesting. The coastal natives along the back coast worshipped salmon for good reason. And salmon is very oily, very fat, rich. I love salmon. Okay, we need it as women, and vitamin K2 helps bone manufacturing. Jessica's always sending me tips on different supplements I can take. I've tried some. I have so many right now. And the other day I read that we need silica. I was watching this guy who does fascia release, something, Jason, the Human Garage. And he said silica, our fascia needs silica. You guys are full of good advice on the health, and I just have so many things. I'm like, wow, I just try to get them all in liquid so I can just mix them all together and drink them all down rather than having to swallow all these pills. Yeah, silica helps collagen, so that's what I'm thinking the silica will do, so I don't have to do the collagen powder. Anyway, okay, so if Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie Kirk, how did he die? How did Charlie Kirk die? Do you guys know? I have to plug my phone in pretty soon. If he didn't die from a gunshot wound from a 30-06, how did he die? I'm gonna charge my phone. As you guys, now I'm at 10%. Okay. He got sniped. No, there's no evidence that he was hit by 30-06. Because Tyler Robinson ran across the roof. He didn't even have a rifle. Plus, we don't even know that that was Tyler Robinson on the roof. It was just some guy. I'm not convinced that it was Tyler Robinson at all. And a 30-06 would blow your head off. It wouldn't just leave a little hole. So that makes no sense. I think he got shot, but not from Tyler. Some people still think that professional from a longer distance. Some people say he didn't get shot at all, that this was not a wound from a shot. Oh my God, my lighting is so bad right now. Oh my God, this is not good. Exploding microphone looks like the cause of his death from the physical evidence. Yeah, that's what I think. The exploding microphone. What about the electrocution theory? I think that they had at least one. I think they had more. They had multiple things they were going to do. The electrocution, the exploding mic, to be sure they got it, and they wanted it to be public. And did you realize as soon as the noise went off and whatever happened, his head of security, Brian Harpole, knocked him to the ground. Now, was this to prevent further shots? He knocked him to the ground, just threw him over. And then they're finagling around on him, I think, to remove things. And then they took him in the car. Within 45 seconds of him being shot, whatever it was, they had already lifted him into his car. They didn't wait for a stretcher. And the emergency people that were on staff from the UVU that had to be there, they were pushed away. They wanted to go in the car. They weren't allowed to. They just took him in the car with his head flopping around and drove off. And I think they finished him off in the car if he wasn't finished off before. Because all the people, the Brian Harpole and all those people, they were in on it. And that's one of the people that was supposedly at the Fort Huachuca meeting was Brian Harpole. Brian, and then Dan Flood. Oh, Dan Flood is the one that pushed him to the ground. I thought Dan Flood was very hot until I figured out that he's an assassin. Now I don't think he's hot anymore. Allegedly. Yes, Charlie Kirk didn't take the silver, so they gave him the lead. Scott, I'm glowing in that light. I think my lighting is really bad right now, but okay, thank you. So what that means is people offered him money, the donors. He didn't want their money to do their bidding, so they killed him. And that's what I think could be happening to a lot of our politicians. They're like, okay, you can do what we say, or we're going to kill your kids, your wife, your mom. That's what they do to children who are trafficked or who are being exploited. They tell kids, if you tell anyone what we're doing, I'm going to kill your little brother. I'm going to kill your dog. And that's what happened to Virginia Giuffre. I read her book. Jeffrey Epstein said he would hurt her little brother if she ever told anyone. That's what they do. And so that's how you get someone to stay quiet, because they want to protect someone they love. Assassins are always hot. Could be, yeah. I thought Dan Flood was really hot, but then I saw he posed for a gay magazine. He could be gay. Brian Harpole is not bad looking. A lot of these military guys are super hot. I'll tell you why. Because guys who are fit and lean are going to be hot. And the assassins and the military guys, they have to be in good shape. Lean. They can't be all bulked up. Lean and fit. And able to move. And good with people. That's a hot guy right there. Except for the assassin part, that's throwing me off. The light accentuates your feminine aura. I was like, Scott, so Scott leaves a lot of comments on my channel, and often they start with, "You're absolutely glowing today," all in caps. So I always get a smile on my face. But too bad, he's taken, so he has a girlfriend. The Biz One, do you have a YouTube channel? You say you keep getting censored when you mention a certain country in the Middle East. I think that on Mr. Let Go, on his channel, he calls the country IHOP. And he calls the child Pedying. He calls it traffic lights. So he uses code words. People use code words. Yeah. And that's what this country is trying to do. They've infiltrated our media, our music industry, Hollywood, our political industry, our technology. I'm just wondering if one of these days one of my phones is going to explode in my face when I say Israel is corrupt. You know, this phone is pretty old, so I hope I'm safe. But are they putting explosives in our phones? And it's not Jews, it's Zionists. There's a difference. Um, the Zionist, Candace Owens was explaining it, that the Zionists, like Ben Shapiro, they read what's called the Talmud. The Talmud is not the Old Testament. Even though the Old Testament is very gory, it's full of murder and a vengeful God. It's very nasty. It's about a psychopathic God who says that these people are the chosen ones. Like, I don't even know why it's in the Bible. It's really nasty. Uh, and the Talmud has things in there about how you can be sexually with kids as long as over the age of 3. Girls over the age of 3, boys over the age of 9. It's pretty nasty. And Candace Owens said that the original slave owners were the Jews. They were the original slave owners. It wasn't the white men, it was the Jews. And that the Zionist class, the Talmud reading people, see everyone who's not a Talmud Jew as inferior, like cattle. So white people are cattle, black people are cattle, so they should be all killed. Their lives are nothing. That's what she was explaining. And the British were the ones that created the state of Israel. So a lot of people are saying the British are behind every war. They're colonial. You know, it's really the white man that's evil. If we look at who's starting all the wars in the colonial empires, it's all the white people, the British, the Germans, the French, and the Americans. It's all the white people. They're the evil ones. And when they say that the patriarchy, it's not all men that got to enjoy the fruits of the patriarchy. It's the few white men, and then everyone else was under them. You know, and they try to divide us like right versus left, Republican versus Democrat, because they don't want us to realize it's really us, the people that are subjugated by the uniparty, Democrats or Republicans. They're all siphoning our productivity off into, you know, exporting or manufacturing, replacing us with AI. While that's creating more and more money for them, we don't get any of that money. They get it. And now they've devalued the dollar so much and made housing an investment instead of a place to live, that a lot of the average home buyers now in their 50s. You know, people in their 20s should be able to buy a house. Owning a house makes people have something to work on, to fix up. Like, I live in an apartment, so I don't care. If this were my house, I would have already replaced the carpet. I would have done a whole bunch of things. You know, you make something better. You're part of a neighborhood, part of a community. You fix something up. You know, my ex-husband and I, he was at Home Depot every weekend buying stuff to do stuff to the house. He put in wood floors. He repaired the roofing. He put up patio covers, worked on the yard. Oh my God, we did so much yard work. Built a fence. We're always doing stuff. And when you don't have a house, what do? Sit around and watch YouTube videos. I don't know. You know, in an apartment, when people rent, they don't have a sense of community. I mean, people here in my apartment complex, nobody knows me. I don't know them. So the British create Israel. And, you know, my mom was telling me, my mom's German. She said, you know, they tell us that Hitler killed all these. By the way, my parents did not like Hitler. My mom, and my grandfather did not like Hitler. But apparently the Americans installed him. That's what I read somewhere. I wouldn't be surprised because, you know, they installed everyone that they eventually kill, like the head of ISIS, that had a $10 million bounty on him. Now he's best friends with, he goes in the White House in a suit and shakes Trump's hand. Gaddafi, we put him in power, gave him money, made him do all this bad stuff, then we killed him. But anyway, what my mom was saying was, What Hitler did do is he had all these work camps. Like they were concentration camps where the people had to work. And when they gassed them down, it was to get rid of the lice because people had lice. It was the easiest way to get rid of lice is to just gas everybody down. And that a lot of people did die, but they died from famine. My mom lived during the war. It was a very hard time. There was no food for a lot of years, and it was hard to get food, and a lot of people died from the famine. So the whole oven burning thing, I think that could be made up. I am not convinced it's real because if you count the number, see, YouTube hasn't taken me down yet. If you count the number of people of that national ancestry that I don't want to say the word, well, the Jewish people, if you count how many people were before the war and after, there were more after the war. So they weren't eliminated. The population rose. Fact number two, if you count all the ovens and how long it would take to burn someone in an oven, there weren't enough ovens to burn all the people that they say. So they made it up because they're very evil. And if they make it up and get us all to believe it, then they can be the ultimate victim who can never be questioned. Just like Erica Kirk cannot be questioned because she's a grieving widow. And you can never question someone who had lost millions of people in a Holocaust unless it was all made up, which I think it was now. I do not know if Hitler actually killed people in ovens. I don't know. I'm questioning everything. And now I actually do believe that we never went to the moon. It was all a psyop. They lied to us to make us think that we were superior because no one has gone to the moon since. And then the pictures, there's something off with the lighting and the dust. Because if there was no gravity, the dust wouldn't fall back down. And the lighting angles, like there's just a bunch of stuff when I looked into it recently. So I do not believe that. But the Holocaust thing is so ingrained that all of my kids in 6th grade, we had to take a bus tour to the Holocaust Museum in LA just to be reminded how bad the Jews had it. And so therefore, because they're such victims, they can do whatever they want. We could never question them, etc. So that's what I think. But I'm surprised that YouTube hasn't shut me down yet for saying any of this and that they're allowing Candace Owens to question the Charlie Kirk assassination. I'm very surprised because they could do with that what they did with COVID, but that's what Netanyahu wants. He wants, and not just him, but Hillary Clinton. I think she had a quote about we have to stop people saying misinformation. Misinformation is a word that they use a lot of manipulation techniques when they talk to us. So if the public starts saying things they don't like, they will say it's misinformation, or they will start saying that you're crazy, like they're doing with Candace. She's crazy. Then they try to lock you in a mental hospital, or they try to assassinate you. If you just ask questions or have a different point of view that they don't like, they try to smear you, tell you you're crazy. But the most important part of a free society, I believe, is free speech. And ideally, the journalists were supposed to have free speech. They were supposed to question our politicians, hold them accountable, ask burning questions. But they can't, because if you do, you will never get another interview. And now all of these mainstream media outlets have been bought by the elite. And now even a lot of influencers are taking money from the elites, from the lobbies. So your question about men's penis size should be better asked to me at my Just for Fans. Always tip me first before asking a question like that. Jessica does not trust Candace. That's fair. You do not have to trust her. I do not know anything about the Holodomor in Ukraine in 1932. Okay, the Real Biz says they can't bring down someone when they're too popular. Well, they did it with Charlie Kirk. They brought him down. Candace came out of nowhere in 2016. Well, I do not know. Some people have a lot of followers because they have pay to have followers like Blake Lively, but I don't know if that's the same with Candace or if people like her. I like her because to me she seems genuine and she's actually asking the questions that I wish the FBI would ask. If the FBI were asking these questions, I don't think she would be talking about Charlie Kirk right now. She wouldn't have to. She'd be talking about other stuff like her Brigitte Macron thing and some of her topics I'm really not that interested in. Charlie Kirk might be influential after his passing, yes. I think that, since you're watching my YouTube, I'll say what I think. I think that they thought that they could just eliminate him, take over TPUSA, and get away with it. And in a way they are, because the donors, oh, my hair is a mess. The donors don't care. The same donors that wanted to give money to Charlie that he wouldn't take, they're still giving money. And TPUSA has a lot of fraud. Tyler Boyer, and there's another guy, I forgot his name, he's an Arizona politician. They're funneling money to themselves. They're taking donor money, then they're paying that out to themselves in a LLC that supposedly does marketing or something. There's a lot of shady stuff going on with TPUSA, but the IRS doesn't care. And so they're still enriching themselves, but they're not able to rule the young conservative voters, because I saw a clip of Megyn Kelly talking to one of these guys. Okay, because Charlie Kirk was going, I didn't know anything about Charlie Kirk before he was assassinated, okay? And I'm not his target demographic. I'm not a 28-year-old male. But apparently he was all like, prove me wrong. Let's have a discussion. What's your idea? Here's my idea. Let's talk. No topic is off limits. Ask me anything. I'll answer anything. And he seemed like, even though you might have disagreed with his opinion, it was what he actually believed. When he started getting pressure to give another point of view, he didn't want any of it. Black people have told me he was racist, and I will believe them. I'm not black, so I don't know. I will believe them. His views on Israel were, he was very pro-Israel, and then his views started changing till he was questioning Israel. Okay, now Erica Kirk and all these TPUSA people thought, well, we can take him out and get the Zionist message across. But what they didn't realize is that you're trying to force a message on people and they're not going to like it. So here's Megyn Kelly. And so she's at, this is a TPUSA thing somehow. This young man comes up and asks her a question, and she starts lecturing and scolding him. No, that's not going to fly, because Charlie was not lecturing and scolding. He was inviting a discussion. And she was lecturing and scolding and interrupting and arguing. It's like, Megyn Kelly, get the fuck out of here. I'm so sick of Megyn Kelly. And her fake hair is so annoying. Okay, she's so annoying. And she needs to get her tongue out of Trump's ass, is what I always say. She's trying to play both sides. And then Erica Kirk with her, she's doing everything Charlie was against. She's taking all this donor money he didn't want. She's not doing the Doge audit. Maybe it was done and they killed him before it could be released. She brought Nicki Minaj on stage. She's not continuing his message. People see through it. People like Charlie because they like what he was saying, and these people are the opposite. My point is, they can still get all the donor money, but that donor money they can only use to enrich themselves, because the people are not having it. The young people who like Charlie are not having Megyn Kelly, Erica Kirk, Tyler Boyer, Andrew Colvett, and all these people are obviously lying because they can tell they're not sincere. And they're not giving the message that young people want to hear. Young people are craving truth and authenticity. And, defending the war in Gaza, there's nothing authentic about it. Nobody's having it. Israel's reputation is really damaged from the way they've handled it. So I think they really miscalculated. They really thought that no one would find out what they did and that they could sway the young people. They thought they could control us. They've always controlled us. Look at how many people believe we went to the moon, that 9/11 was done by an airplane, that COVID was a dangerous thing. People are very gullible. because they're raised to be obedient in these classrooms and not ask questions. They're punished for asking questions. They shut things off. You're conspiracy theorists. They cut you down. You don't love your grandma. And people often fall for it, but they're not falling for this. This one, they're not falling for. So I think that everything they're doing is not working. But they're never going to go to jail because the FBI is in on it. That's what I think. Even if we can prove how he died and that Brian Harpole was at the meeting and Erica was at Fort Huachuca, nothing's going to happen to them. No one's going to audit TPUSA. The Arizona Attorney General is not going to audit TPUSA. They're going to get away with it the same way that Cheney got away with bombing the World Trade Center, and whoever bought all the airline stocks the day before and got rich got away with it, and Nancy Pelosi got her stocks. And the bankers got away with almost crashing the economy. They made all that money. These people get away with it. You know, Kash Patel's going to get away with saying, what Epstein files? Never heard of the Epstein file. Epstein? Wait, who's that? Never heard of this guy, Epstein. Oh, and now we have 9 million documents. It'll take us a while to get this out. Oh, we redacted it? Oh, I don't know anything about any redactions. So this is how they are. I think they're going to get away with it. You guys are saying you can't bring down the ideas and momentum. That's right. Yeah. I just don't trust any of them. Kelly is such a shill. Well, so there's the Bibs Z11. I think it was Brian Coleman who showed it on his Friday Live. There's a new law that was signed on September 20th. That's some kind of a terrorism law where if they designate you a terrorist, they can arrest you and treat you as a terrorist like American citizens. And he said that he wasn't doing what he had planned to do on that show because he saw that and he thought it was more important. And so they can label anyone a terrorist that goes against the government narrative. It's very loosely defined. So that does worry me a little bit, that they can control the narrative, because it would scare me if they said me questioning the FBI makes me a terrorist, or me questioning the Israel agenda makes me a terrorist because I'm going against the narrative. I would stop talking about it because I'm scared. I don't want to go to jail. But there are other people that have more courage that won't stop talking about it. But I don't have that kind of courage right now. I don't. And so they can't control us through fear of being imprisoned, and that's what this whole thing was about. Bring the National Guard in to the cities. Like, they're trying to scare me. I mean, it's working. Like, don't question Israel. Again, my phone hasn't blown up and I'm still on YouTube, so maybe I was just scared for no reason. Maybe I need a little more courage. But I did have a strike on YouTube during COVID when I simply said that the FDA and the CDC get money from Big Pharma. It's true. It was just a short video. They said it was misinformation and I had a strike, and I did not want to lose my channel because this is like my 4th or 5th channel, because YouTube has taken it down so many times, my channel. So, people of all ages want realness. Yeah, that's what we want. Young people are becoming accelerationists. What does that mean? We've lost hope. Well, if we want to bring something good back to our country, we need the young people, that have the gusto, but we can't, scare them. I saw some videos on YouTube, what's going on in Europe, where these farmers, they still have a lot of independent small family farmers. And there's something about the farmers which reminds me of the Canadian truckers that protested. These farmers were just plowing down around these makeshift walls that were put around government buildings. Like, they were really protesting, like, with their trucks, with their tractors. That's what we need. but I don't know how many of them got arrested. And you know what happened to the Canadian truckers? A lot of them lost their bank accounts were frozen. And there's a channel on YouTube called Mint Press News that reports on what's going on in Palestine. And I've donated to them before. And they had a campaign where you can donate. I think it's called Give and Go. I forgot. It's one of those sites where you can send money to an organization. And they had raised $51,000, I think, because YouTube demonetized them because they're obviously pro-Palestine. And so they raised $51,000 on this GoFundMe. And the GoFundMe took their money and won't give it to them. That's right. So now they put something on their website where you can donate directly to them off their website. So I tried to do that yesterday. I used 2 different credit cards. The submit button kept spinning. It didn't even try to process my card, because if it was the card, I would get a message that didn't go through. I would get a call from my bank. None of that. So I don't know if someone infiltrated their website or if it's just not working, but I emailed them to let them know. Same way with Patrick Henningsen. He does the 21st Century Wire. He questions U.S. imperialism. He's not monetized. And I don't think Jackson Hinkle is monetized. So they will let you play videos, but they will demonetize you. But it's only one step further when they freeze your bank account. And if they want to go to the digital money, they can freeze our bank account. Oh, we don't like what you say. We're going to freeze your bank account. And if cash is no longer valid, then you can't buy anything. So that's what I worry about, like control things coming in, because we're supposed to have peaceful free speech. We're supposed to be able to ask questions and hold our leaders accountable. But anymore, I just feel like I'm a prisoner in their system. I don't feel like I'm a free person. These people are working for me. I feel like I'm subjugated to them because they make all these rules and they're very draconian. Don't say this, don't say that. We're going to imprison citizens, and then they're never held accountable. They can steal millions of dollars. Like I heard that Lindsey Graham gets kickbacks from Ukraine. And then someone left a comment on that tweet like, oh, and I'm $500 short on the IRS comes after me. And that's what I think people don't like, the grift. Okay, you guys, this was super fun. Even though I only had 15 people, I had so much fun. And thank you for the $49.99 super chat. The people that have big channels will only read the super chats, but I don't have enough people that I need to do that. I just read everybody's comment. Everybody was very interesting. You don't need loads of people. I just need a few good ones. Look at how much fun I had. I think I was on here for 2 hours. And I never had more than 20 people on at any one moment. I cannot give you my Just for Fans name. But if you go to Just for Fans and you search for women, I think you'll find me. You don't have to pay anything to make an account. You just make an account. Once you have an account, you have to have a credit card though and everything. Once you make an account, then you can look through the people. It's mostly men on Just for Fans. I would say that 95% of the content creators are men that make gay content. Then there are a few people that do like the adult baby diaper lovers. And there's me. So I think I would be easy to find. I don't like to give that out because I use a different name just to protect my privacy. I think I'm very easy to find. Other people have found me, so thank you. You love my videos. Thank you so much. I listen to other YouTubers and I admire their style. Like they're have a good way of talking, or they're funnier, or when I get upset about something, I sound really upset, but they say the same thing. They never sound upset. They just sound very calm, cool, and collected. I'm like, I gotta be more like that. Don't get all riled up about Russia and Ukraine. Just be calm, Schahrzad. Just be calm. I'm going to make a video about that rosebud cream. I think that's a really good product. I know I've made that video like that before. But I would really, really like to hear from women who lost their libido, who don't have a libido, who never had one. That's what I really, because sometimes I think I know, but I don't, because I talk mostly to men. The only women who've lost their libido are the ones that say they lost it after menopause, but I think there's more to it. Because not all women lose it after menopause, and the women who do, they try to figure out why and do something about it. So I don't think that's it. Okay, this message is held for review. So he's asking me if I still have my libido, and like I said before, I do, and that doesn't mean I'm using it to fuck anyone, but my libido is a feedback to my health for me, because the only way to lose libido is if something happened that made it go away. Someone touched me in a way I didn't like and I didn't speak up. Or what does my body need? What's my body trying to tell me? You know, it's the same as hunger for everything. If I lost my desire to go outside for fresh air, I would be concerned. Okay, it's not just my libido that I'm talking about. There are many things that I value my desire for, like my desire to stay connected to my body, being able to take a deep breath. I value being able to take a deep breath as much as feeling turned on. I value the desire to go outside, interact with people, get fresh air, be hungry for food as much as I value my libido. I do not value my libido any more than I value wanting to take a deep breath, wanting to exercise, wanting a good night's sleep, wanting to stop eating when I'm full. Like, these are all indicators of health. This is not a pornographic statement. This is all an indicator of good mental, physical, and emotional health, in my opinion. And when people lose their libido, something must have happened. And I think in the case of women, it's often a man that was bad at sex. That's what I think. I think it was a man who was bad at sex, or her resentment against her husband. That's what I think. I think that it was how she was touched, or abuse in childhood, again, how she was touched, or being told she shouldn't like sex, some kind of sexual shaming. Otherwise, everyone should have their libido. But a lot of men lose theirs too as they get older. They're like, I don't want a woman. I want to travel. I want to read. I want to see my kids. Sex, they lose their interest in sex too, a lot of guys. Believe it or not, they do not want to be bothered with that sex stuff. And if they do, maybe they'll get horny once or twice a year. They start acting like their wives did. They don't care. When men get old and don't like sex, they don't care. They just don't date. Just like these women. I think that, okay, people who have their own money, if they lost interest in sex, they're not dating. They might go to dinner or the theater or something like that, or take a trip with a friend, like opposite sex friend. I think it's our desire for sex that keeps us interested in the opposite sex. If we don't have that, we're not dating. We're not reproducing. You know, when women lose their desire for sex, even if they have their own money and stuff, they don't want to be bothered with a man. Why would they? They don't want sex. Why do they need a man? And they don't, frankly. So that's why I think it's important to keep the libido, because it's the impetus for connection and it's fun. The only thing that's not fun is dating, and that's different. Dating sucks because there's a lot of disappointment and there isn't that much good stuff out there after 40. Do I like to laugh and have fun? Well, watch the video, you decide. That's that's up to you to decide. Yeah, I think bad metabolic health and bad blood flow and other things that dampen the libido are certain medications like high blood pressure medication, diabetes, I think, and anything, certain antidepressants and certain medications on men for the prostate or the bladder that relax it, all interfere. Could be also being obese. They don't feel as good. Maybe for women too, if they don't feel as good about themselves. I think when women don't feel that good about themselves, they don't want to be touched either, to get more self-conscious. A co-worker once said the government of his country made his currency obsolete so that people could not use the money. Well, yeah, that's a scary thought. Then you're completely helpless. Libido is connected to overall health. Yeah, I think so. Happy New Year. How to keep your libido going. How to keep your libido going? Okay, I think just having a healthy lifestyle, like get enough sleep, because if you're tired, it will, even for men, if they're like too tired or stressed or overweight or sit a lot, it'll kill your libido. So you have to get your blood flow up, like do some weights, do some cardio, get a good night's sleep, and eat well. But if you do all that, there's like a thing I teach people in my coaching, which by the way, go on the bio of my YouTube channel. You can sign up for a coaching call. Um, I have people write a letter to their libido, to their penis or their pussy or whatever. Sometimes people just lost that connection to their body because so many people were like in our heads, we're thinking and doing. It's sometimes people lose that connection to their body. Like right now, are you even aware that you're breathing? Like, are you aware that your feet are on the ground or where are your feet? So we don't have that connection with our body. Like right now, you're listening to me, you're not paying attention to your feet or your breathing. It's just happening. And so if you bring your awareness to where your libido would be in your body and you just figure out if you can feel it without touching anything, and you can ask your body or write a letter to your body like, what do you want to say to me? What do you want to say to me? Why are you asleep? What do you need from me? That's the kind of communication. In the letter writing exercise, I learned this from someone else. You write a letter to your, like, let's say your penis, like a guy doesn't like his penis. Let's say I have him write a letter to his penis. He says everything. I'm mad at you. You don't get hard. You disappoint me. I'm worried about you. You're going to fail me. Whatever you want to write. And then they don't have to read me the letter. Then just tell me when you wrote the letter. So a couple days later, they'll get back to me. And then I'll say, okay, now your second part of the exercise is your penis writes a letter to you. So it's just having that kind of communication with your body and getting some insights. And I did this once. I've done this a few times myself, and I got some insights. And one of the insights I got was I allowed myself to be touched in a way that this person I was with was really trying to please me, but he didn't know what he was doing. I didn't want to stop him. I thought I should like what he's doing. I didn't want to, maybe I could get to like what he's doing. I don't want to ruin the moment, whatever. And so I had lost my libido for like 4 months. It was gone. I was so worried. And the moment I got that insight, instantly I felt my libido come back, and I made my body a promise that I would always speak up. And that's what I've done ever since. Like, I don't really like that. Can you slow down a little bit? This is how I like it. And speaking up for my body. So that's what I needed to do. I don't know what you will discover for yourself, but I'm sharing this because sometimes we learn from, listening to each other's experiences. And that's just an example of what that was like for me. And I think that could be common for women, is that we don't speak up. I just thought I should just like what the guy's doing. It seems so stupid now. Because how do they know what I like? And women like different things, and they're not only going to learn what a woman likes if they actually pay attention to the woman and figure it out. So I would like to go to the Netherlands. I've never been there. Okay, I'm going to tell you this. This was when I was 18 years old. He's asking how small was the smallest penis you've ever seen in real life. Now, this guy, sadly, and maybe that's why his wife divorced him, was this really good looking guy that was in my circle of friends. I think I was 19 at the time. And he had a micro penis. It was like a ½ inch long, maybe an inch. I never had sex with him again. That was the smallest, and that can happen. I think it's pretty rare, fortunately. He was a man too. He was a man. It wasn't a clitoris. He was a man. It was maybe an inch. It wasn't a clitoris. He had a penis. He had balls. His penis was tiny. He was very religious, so maybe he and his wife didn't have sex until after marriage, and then she discovered it, but he was divorced very young. And I think his penis could have had something to do with it. So sorry for him. Is this a joke? Who is Peter and why do people keep sending him letters? I don't know. What did I tell him the next time he wanted to hook up? He didn't ask again. He didn't ask again. He was hard. It was just little. He was hard. He was white. Yes, he was white. I've only had sex with white men until in my 50s. After I got divorced, I'm like, I should try a black guy. I should try a Mexican guy. I should try an Asian guy. I only had sex with white men. Maybe he was intersex. Maybe he also had a uterus. I don't know. He looked like a man. I don't think he didn't have facial hair. He kind of had like a baby face. Maybe if I saw him now, I would have valued him differently. But I was just 19. What did I know? This was back in Nebraska in the 80s. A lot of men have ED. Yes. So, what do you think causes their ED? Why do you think they have ED? Let's have some of the guys talk up. I don't remember if the gentleman was insecure about his penis. I don't really remember. I just remember that it was so small. Okay, men have ED because they watch too much porn. That could be a reason. Lack of exercise and low testosterone. Masturbating too much. Low confidence. High blood pressure. Oh, high blood pressure, it causes ED? I did not know that. It is the largest. I didn't do a tape measure. There have been some big ones, but I didn't take a tape measure. Valve issues and lack of nitric oxide. Smoking. If women select on penis size, can we then select on tightness? I think that's only fair. I do not know if women do select on penis size. I think that women select men based on how much they like the man, and then the penis is just whatever it happens to be. Am I wrong? Um, am I wrong about that? Low nitric, low nitric oxide. Need to eat more dark chocolate. So, a good supplement for nitric oxide is L-citrulline. Jessica always has good supplements. So, the ED can also come from being nervous. So sometimes the first time a man is with a woman, he can feel nervous. And a nervous man will not be hard. So if a man is thinking or nervous, so I could have a guy in front of me right now, rock hard, and I could ask him what he's going to cook for dinner, and he's going to start thinking his erection is almost likely going to go down, unless he has like a super, is like one an exception. So nervousness and thinking are going to kill the erection. Men are not designed to think when they're horny. Maybe because when they think, they might not do it. They might think it through. And if they're nervous, they have to feel safe. And so for many men, even the hottest men, they're not going to feel safe, or they're going to be nervous the first time. Um, Also, the thinking can then lead to a loop where you're like, I wasn't hurt the last time. Will I be hurt this time? What if I lose my erection? They start thinking, and then they're out of the moment. Then they get themselves in a loop where they can never overcome it. For some guys, as soon as the condom goes on, they lose their erection because they're worried and they're thinking. You got to just be in your body, be in the moment. And I always tell guys, if you lose your erection, don't start thinking, just focus on doing something to the woman. Get back into your body. You got to get out of your head, to have good sex. You have to be more embodied, I think. This is just my advice, but you guys might have other tips. On dating apps, some women are looking at size. Well, those are some interesting women. There are all kinds of women. There are these nymphomaniacs running around on dating apps, and they'll come to your house and fuck you. I've heard it. I had this massage therapist who told me before he met his wife, he was on Tinder and he met this woman. She just came right over and fucked him, and as soon as she was done, she left. These are a different type of woman, I'm telling you. Um, Now, a very tall woman is going to need a longer penis. She doesn't want to mess around with a 3-inch penis. I would be fine with that, but she might not because she's really tall, so she's asking for what she wants. It's a different world. I guess on Grindr, men really care about penis size. On Grindr, you can put whether you're cut or uncut, all kinds of information about your penis. ED is erectile dysfunction. Yeah, well, I guess we always take a risk. The prowess, the sensuality. I I think that do you think though that if people get to know each other before they have sex, they kind of get an idea of, is this guy masculine? Is this guy sensual? When I hug him, does he feel hard? Can he get hard? Like, is he healthy? Because people want to date someone who's healthy, right? You want a woman who's healthy. You want a woman who's responsive. I think that's fair to look for that. Yeah, EDs are erectile dysfunction. Scott likes tall ladies. The tall redheads. Likes them tall. The biz. Do you like it in the butt? Let me ask you, do you like it in the butt? You go first. Do you like it in the butt, the biz? And be sure to show us your real name like I've done mine so we can be on parity when we answer this question. The nervous man might be thinking about performance. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a good point. He might be thinking about performance. Yeah. The thinking will always get the guys, maybe the women too. And I do not know why guys can't think and get hard at the same time. I'm sure some can, but it's an exception. Uh, if a guy's hard and he starts thinking and talking, he's going to lose his erection. Yeah, they might be thinking about their performance. Interview John Gray. I did contact John Gray a few times to interview him, and he never got back to me. His website is very disorganized. It's not done well. It's has a lot of loose ends, and he's non-responsive. And in a way, he's a little too feminine and pudgy for me. He gives me beta man vibes and he turns me off. I much prefer men like Dr. Robert Glover. I've interviewed him twice. And Ralph um, from Dad Starting Over. They're more masculine. John Gray gives me the creeps. I'm sorry. He's just this chubby, feminized guy whose website is not even put together because I was going to interview him. Jessica is right. That is a rude question. The guy who asked me if I like it in the butt, I'm actually going to block him from the channel. Okay, okay, so he can still see his comment, but no one else can see it. I wasn't going to answer him anyway, but like a comment like that would have made me mad a few months ago. I do not let things get to me anymore like they used to. Thank you, Jessica, for letting me realize he needed to be blocked. How to approach a woman in person. Okay, so there's one of the founders of Google, this Indian guy. He was on a show recently talking about his new dating app called Elle. I believe it's called Elle, E-L-L-E, or Ally or something, I forgot. And he's a super rich guy. He's divorced now. And so because he's rich and everything, women are probably always coming on to him. But he said that he has never once approached a woman in public. He doesn't believe in that. First of all, he doesn't know if she's married, if she wants to talk to him. He believes in getting to know people more in real life and letting things develop. I don't know if the cold approach works. Some people say that it's up to the woman to show her interest so that the man can approach. But Scott Galloway, who none of us like, but he does say a few good things, he says that 80% of women still want the man to initiate. But I will tell you, if I'm in the grocery store and some guy just comes up and is like, hey, do you want to have a coffee? I wouldn't go because I don't have any sense of, is he safe? Do I like him? But if there's a guy I'm in a yoga class, or we're in the gym together, there's some sense of community, or he lives in my apartment complex, or he's also running at my park. I can see him. We have something in common. I can kind of evaluate him a little bit before he asks me out. I think that's a lot better. I would be surprised at most women even being open to a cold approach. Because we kind of want to, like, I'm kind of a person when I go to a party or even in the gym when I'm working out, I like to look around and observe the other people. I like to get a feel for the things to kind of ease in. So I do not think that the cold approach, I know it works for helping guys make money on you should cold approach. I think it's good to be comfortable talking to people, but you can talk to people at a party without trying to get something from them because the cold approach is like, oh, I got to be smooth enough to go up to some random person and they want to go out with me. But I don't think we evolved like that because a long time ago, we lived in small communities and small tribes. So if you asked a woman out, it's a woman that you were in class with. She was in your high school class. She was at the job with you, at the restaurant. You guys went to church together. Your sister and her brother are playing on the same soccer team and you see each other at games. There's always a little bit of familiarity first. So I would suggest if you want to meet women to go to places where women are that you enjoy and, have a community of friends and people. Then you can get invited to parties. If you like yoga, co-ed soccer, I'm just thinking of some things. Ballroom dancing, hot yoga, the gym. And when guys go to the gym, I think it's good to start talking to the other guys because the guys at the gym who just talk to the women, you're just a player. But if you talk to the other guys too, now you're a social person. I would pick that guy a lot more. I'm like, oh, the other guys are listening to him. He's a friendly guy. The guys like him. Okay, so if he says hi to me, I'll say hi too. This is how I think about it. A random guy but that requires me being in spaces where there are men. So, and I think those spaces are easier to have when you're younger because when you're younger, everybody's single, and if you work from home, it's just harder to meet people. Um, I brought up Grinder. By the way, they always say Grinder crashes at every Republican convention, and at TPUSA event, apparently Grinder crashed too. I have read the John Gray books. I don't believe that men are from Mars and women are from Venus. I think we're different in some ways, but I don't really like how John Gray talks. I think he should work out a little bit. I think he should wear better clothes. He doesn't present in an attractive way. But also, he says that women don't want advice, they want to be heard. I think the same is true for men. He makes this big deal about how you should listen to a woman and not give advice. But I don't think that's on the point, because he should say nobody wants advice. Men don't want advice. If a guy comes to me and goes, it's been a really hard day, my boss is expecting this big project due tomorrow, and I don't think I can do it, let's say. Um, does the guy want me to say, did you go talk to your boss? Did you give him a good boundary? Did you get your friends to help you? What guy wants that? No guy wants a fucking mommy. I would be like, he would probably want me to say, man, that really sucks. So that's what I don't like about John Gray. He tries to find these differences between men and women that he artificially creates. And I don't agree with that. Women just want to be heard. I think everybody wants to be heard. Am I wrong? I like this one. Amanda Kunder's one. Should men resort to Grindr if there's a lack of women available? Yes, I always tell men, if you want easy sex, you should go gay. It's a lot easier to get sex from a man than from a woman. So I highly recommend it. I am not kidding. You don't have to woo them. You don't have to take them to dinner. You can just get right to it. And even lesbians, there's a lot more. If you read my book, after my divorce, I was on Match. I matched up with some lesbians. Even the lesbian women, there's always a dinner, a brunch, an overnight, the next day texting, I still smell your scent on me. They're just a lot more emotional. Where can I park? How are you feeling? And, I'm going to find every mole on your body as you fall asleep and all that. The men are just like, can you just bend over? I'm exaggerating, but it's hard for a man to get sex from a woman, okay? Even the best players, okay, even the best players cannot always get sex. Say a guy travels a lot and he works a lot. It's going to be hard for him to get sex, even though he's good looking and women like him, because to get sex, now he has to take a shower, put on an outfit, go out somewhere, either a bar or a dating app. He has to woo the woman. He has to put on his act, woo her, and hope he gets sex. And if he's working a lot and traveling, he could be away from his like a hookup buddy. They can go long periods of time of not having sex, even the best looking guys, especially if they're working a lot. But Grindr, it's easy. Men are very picky. They either want like a bear type, like a more muscular guy that's hairy, or they like what's called a twink, which is like a more petite guy that's totally smooth. So men have their preferences on hairy or twink, whether they want a guy that's more masculine or more feminine, and also whether they like cut or uncut, girthy, curvy. Some gay men don't like anal, some do. They're all different. I've known gay men who don't do anal. So, but you can definitely get more sex, and that's why gay men are always having sex, even if they're married. Like they're fucking everything, because it's just sex and it's just fun. It's just a sport. So I highly recommend. I love your question. Amanda Kunder's one. Should men resort to Grindr if there's a lack of women available? I think they should. But I would always wear a condom for anal, guys. Always wear a condom. Men are not very careful in this regard. Okay. L12465. I got the book fuck list. It's very interesting. Thank you. Um, Scott Bridge, John Gray, I think you're talking about. I got his degree from a degree mill that was shut down. Yeah. He says he was a therapist, but there's no bio. Where did he go to school? Where did he do therapy? He came up with all, he didn't do any research. He came up with these theories all on his own. And because he came up with a snazzy title, he got a lot of publicity. None of the stuff is proven. I think he has some good tips in there based on his own marriage about differences between men and women sexually. But okay, I accept your apology, the bills. I guess I did maybe indicate I was open to answering questions like that because I did answer a question about the smallest penis I've seen. But that didn't feel as personal as, do you like this? Will you do this? Will you do that? I tend to not answer personal questions, even on my Just for Fans, because the subscribers are all anonymous and I tend to not answer questions that are really personal to anonymous people. So I accept your apology. Thank you for apologizing. So we're going to have to report this comment from Amanda Kunders 1. What is the best dick you've ever had? That's an inappropriate question. So that will be reported and hidden from view. Okay, let's see. Let's see, there's so many comments. It's way better to approach a safer and well-known in a safer and well-known environment. If the man is attractive, maybe it helps, but he has to feel safe. And I evaluate men on their face. I look at their faces and I want to see, I can tell from the face if he's safe or if he's angry or threatening. So, and then I want to hear how he talks to get like a sense of, you know, um, his theories have been proven wrong time and time again. I think he's talking about John Gray. If you're over 35, can you find a mate? Absolutely. Many men get their first marriage in their mid or late 30s, especially if they've been focused on their career a lot or if they live in a small town or whatever. Yeah. hmm It's really hard by the late 30s, especially for women, I think. I think that men can still find someone if they go a few years younger, but usually the people that want to get married are trying to get married. They get their first boyfriend or girlfriend, maybe there's a breakup. If not, they get married in their 20s. Otherwise, if you like someone, then I think you can still get married by your late 30s. How to woo a woman? I don't know. I haven't been very good at it. um, get around if you're asking me questions like that, I would suggest getting around some men who are married. It could even be older guys that want to mentor you. Some older guys really like to mentor younger guys and pass it on. It used to be a big tradition in companies that once you got to a certain level, you would mentor younger people. But there can also be men who want to mentor you, or like guys at the gym, if they're married, make friends with some of these people who are married and see how they behave and what they do and what they recommend. Are their wives happy? Just that's all I could really say. Jessica. Oh, you're a man. It should be easier for you if you have your shit together. It is. Scott, his degree was fake. Yeah, John Gray, his degree was fake. He was a monk. Yeah, you know, I do transcendental meditation. So did he. He comes from that community. And so I think he might have been a monk and then he got married. But nonetheless, I think that he's just giving his own theories and he's trying to sound so. I don't like that he hid his background. He could have just been like, hey, this is what I learned in my marriage. Here are my tips. But instead, he tries to make it sound like it's all medical and scientific and so definitive. Like, men are from Mars and women are from Venus. I'm like, we're really not that different. But if the differences are really explained well by evolutionary psychology, I found that very interesting. You know, like men in general want to take more risks and they have more courage, and women tend to be more cooperative and um, I mean, that's really the only difference. And sexually, I don't know if there are other differences. I could have put that in one paragraph. Mm. Amanda Corners, I was just kidding, but you have a great perspective on everything. I thought you were a woman when you, but I don't know about the whole schlong question. Okay. I recall when I was younger, I used to hear degrees were selling. Yeah. Now I don't think people value them as much, maybe. Shahrzad, what are your thoughts on age gap relationships, marriage? Some people make it work. I don't know. Um, why are you asking me that? Are you dating somebody older or younger? I tell you that his research shows, I think, that most people are 2 to 5 years apart, with the man being on the older side. So, but sometimes the man is 15 or 20 years older. I don't know how well it is. Sometimes their woman is 15 years older, but I think that's very rare. This message is held for review. Don't be angry. There is nothing wrong with a male sexual organ. My cat is using me as a bed right now. Okay. Um, yeah, 5 years, older or younger is like the most typical, I think. But I think in general, men like women a few years younger or around the same age. I think in general, men want to fuck older women, but they're not going to date them. Here it is. Okay, Scott. During my 20s, I was attracted to some of my mom's women friends. Yes. So men in their 20s are attracted to their mom's friends. Now, why is that? Why is the MILF thing so popular? Maybe those of you men in the comments, can you enlighten us, ladies, why men in their 20s want to have sex with older women? What is it, in addition to the 20-year-old women, or I won't report you. It was just your comment that was removed. You're not reported. When I actually have my videos uploaded and people leave comments, I can hide people from the channel. What I did was just remove the comment. There's not even an option to hide people from the channel on the live that I know of. Why are men in their 20s attracted to older women? I think because they have a more developed sensuality. I definitely think what older women have over younger women is more sensuality and more confidence. Because younger women are not as sure of themselves yet. They're kind of like a foal is really cute, but it's still wobbly, whereas the mother foal is more fully developed, more mature. Maybe that older woman has more hips developed and knows how to move a little more. She's more comfortable in her body because she's been in it longer. Young males have always been attracted to older men. Oh, okay. Okay, yes. And I think, yes. And, but older men are also attracted to younger males because I remember one of my sons When he hit puberty, everywhere we went, men were checking him out. I was shocked. One time he and I went, my son was probably 14. We went to buy him a bike, a used bike. We went to this guy's house, and the wife and the daughters were in the kitchen, but she kept the door open to the garage, the wife, which I found very odd, and she was really listening. And the husband was this very good looking guy. He was selling one of his high end bikes, and it was for pretty cheap. And he was really flirting with my son. So I don't know if the guy was gay, but I did not like him flirting with my son. My son was underage, and the wife, and even if my son had been old enough and 20, the wife was in the kitchen. The guy is married. But this is a thing. There are a lot of gay men hiding in plain sight, or bisexual men, and they will check out your boys. It happened with all my sons. Okay, I dated two men 15 to 25 years older than me, and both relationships failed. They were divorced and had dysfunctions. I'm wondering if it was just unlucky, if that kind of age gap tends not to work. So my dad and my stepmom are 17 years apart, but my dad's an asshole, so I don't know how happy she is. He's Persian, patriarchal, like one of those Indian guys. One thing I will say about men born before the 60s is they were raised at a time when they were shamed for having feelings, and they tend to have less empathy. I'm sorry, guys. They tend to be not as good as noticing how you're feeling or being essential, because they had to shut off their feelings. That was what I think my ex-husband's sexual dysfunction, his emotional shutdown, came from his parenting. The young guys nowadays, they're very more emotionally comfortable. It could be, I think if the cultures are very different, that could make it harder, but I don't know. I was following some people on Twitter, and he was a PhD student, and she was also a student at the university in psychology, both of them. And they were posting about age gap relationships, because I believe she was like 30 and he was like 45, and they were madly in love. Or I think he was 42. It was like over 10 years, but not much. But it wasn't like she was 20 and he was 30. She was already over 30. And she seemed had her life together pretty much. I don't really have any advice on that. The Catholic Church does a lot. They have a really good counseling or premarital counseling course for people who want to get married. You might want to do something like that with someone you're dating, because they ask you questions that you would never think about and that you have to discuss and face. And they do that because they have a very short courtship, and also to help increase the success of the marriage. Premarital counseling, and it's not to get help for problems, it's to ask each other questions and really figure things out. That could help you answer a question like that. You might even find some surveys online and see if you guys can go over some questions to help you figure out. The sexual dysfunction, if you like sex and the guy has sexual dysfunction, that's a tough one, because a lot of guys have that. Huge age gaps don't work. That's one opinion. I was born before 1960. Okay. Previous generation had stronger genes and upbringing. That is why older women are so attractive. Maybe so. That's an interesting comment. Persian men are extra masculine. Not in a good way. I think, I could be wrong. I don't know all Persian men. I have not had good experience with Persian men. I always tell women don't date them, sorry, because they are raised in a different society where women are expected to have different roles, in my experience. And so for Western women who want to be free and equal, it could be tougher. Just how they're raised, It's my opinion. I could be wrong. Nicholas says, I dated an older woman around 50s when I was 26 because I think older women knows what they want in their life. Okay, that's fair. Thank you for sharing that. Eli, the older women I see are attractive, even more attractive than younger. And what made them more attractive? Um, it could be something you don't actually see, like the way they walk or carry themselves, like more confidence. Maybe they, if they're mothers, I think that that evokes a certain, like I see these women with babies in the grocery store and they have their ponytail up and they're wearing their mom clothes. There's something so cute and nurturing about seeing a mother, that element could be infused into the whole vibe because we're energy, like you feel things about people. This person maybe has had more chance to be more nurturing, more sensual. I think that when women get older, our sensuality comes out. It did for me at least. Hmm. Maybe more curvy? Get a little more curvy? Maybe you like that? I don't know. What is it? I think older women know exactly what they want in their life more than a young woman. Yeah, that's true. And that's understandable. I mean, you're young, you're trying to figure things out. And you're older, you're more confident. And some men find that attractive. Some men really like a woman who's very powerful and knows what she wants and goes after it. And some men, like the guys on Fresh and Fit, say none of that matters. We just want someone hot with big jiggly tits, pretty much. We don't care what she's accomplished. We don't care. Older women are more intimate. More curves. Older women have more curves. Um, Intellectually more mature, more intimate. Probably more comfortable because I learned that our sexuality matures with our age. Like younger men are, there's a different maturity that comes with somebody older. Like even when I talk to men, the younger men are cute, but they don't have as much to say. An older man knows better how to carry a conversation. So that's good though, because it means that we keep growing. That means that if you're a young guy, you don't know what to talk about, don't worry. By the time you're 50s, you will. Because we keep growing, right? We can grow, but I think we can grow less too. Because life gives us disappointments. It's easy to shut down. You have to not let that happen. That's hard. Like, oh my God, another person died, another breakup, another job loss, another illness. I gotta pull it together, get my gusto back, find the good in life. Can't let this shut me down. That's a hard one. So older people who have this vitality, I think they're very attractive. Um, and our sexuality matures too. So when I was younger, I didn't really speak up. Now I've gotten to be more, oh, I like this, I don't like that. I've learned to speak up. Same way with men. Men, we all mature. We become more interesting. But again, we cannot let, I think we cannot let like getting shut down interfere with that growth path because it's also easy to become more disillusioned, more walled off, more disappointed, more angry at the world. That can happen too. Um, it's a constant effort. Like tomorrow, I have to get up at 5 to go to Pilates, and I'm doing a weights class. I'm like, oh, I don't want to do that. But that's why I sign up for classes because I have to go. If I didn't have a class to go to, I would not be getting up at 5 to do Pilates, and I would not be lifting a bunch of weights. I wouldn't. I need the help, the support of the community. Women have the quality of caring. Yeah. I think especially if they're mothers, or what do you think? Does that help make a difference? You can have better conversations with older people, yes. Survival of the fittest. If you're 60 and hot, you won the race. Yeah. I feel pretty lucky, but you know, my life has been pretty easy, but some people's lives are just harder because things are given to them to handle that are not their fault. Some things are our fault, like not exercising is a choice, okay? But sometimes things happen, you know, a parent dies, or, you know, your parent leaves you a will and the will is contested, or the will is in another country and they can't find the deed to the house, or somebody else dies, or you finally met some guy on Match and then he blows you off, or now your house, you just fixed the roof and now the water heater's out and that's $5,000, and now the fence blew down and you got to replace the fence, but your neighbor doesn't want to agree with you on the fence, or now your car broke down, or you lost your job because the company's closing, you know, or you got in a car accident and you're quadriplegic. I mean, so many things can happen in life. You're in a war zone. You get a disease. You have lupus. You anything can happen, and I always admire people who have to deal with all that because I've had a pretty easy life so far. I mean, I've had things that have been hard, but nothing like some people that I know who've had it super, super hard. And they gotta just, you know, have more to deal with. So it's easier for me to look good because I have time to take care of myself, by the way, too. Okay. When you talk to young men, how do they react towards you? Well, some of them are gay, they don't care. Some of them like women their age, they don't even notice me. And some of them find me attractive. Not all of them, you know, not all men like older women. And if they do look, I don't notice. In the grocery store, I'm like, is this guy attracted to older women? Does he just like women his age? Because a lot of good looking guys in the grocery store, they're there with their girlfriend. So they're not going to look. And then some other guys, I'm like, maybe he's just gay. He's never going to look at me if he's gay. So, what can make people age? Jessica says illness and a lack of support or bad family dynamics. Yeah, that those things can make life hard for people. Robin Riker is in her 60s and has the loveliest curves. Is she a redhead too? That would really top it off. What do they say to you? Men don't talk to me. Men never come up and talk to me ever. That never happens. Yes, sometimes Eli says, sometimes when you get rejected, you start to feel nervous. You don't want to try again. Yeah, that's absolutely true. This is why sales work is so helpful because I've had other people say the same thing. When I was a realtor and I was doing door knocking, people would reject me all the time. I think that when you do sales, you start to realize that rejection, you just get used to the rejection so it doesn't bother you so much. That's what it is. And I think cold approaching women is going to lead to a high rejection rate. And I think that being on a dating app is going to lead to a high rejection rate. So where would you be that you would have a lower rejection rate? Uh, Around people that are talking to you, maybe? I don't know. I do not know how. Because some guys naturally, if you can talk to a woman, you can get her talking to you or laughing or talking to you. You already have done it. So I would suggest, well, you know what I tell guys when they get rejected is instead of focusing on I wasn't wanted, okay, focus on I made the move. I started a conversation. I initiated a conversation. And the result is irrelevant because when people do things for the result, there's not as much fulfillment in the action. It can be with anything. I'm going to just give you another example because people have said, oh, I was working on this project, really working on this project. I couldn't wait to get it done. I finally finished it. I felt really good for about 10 seconds, and then I didn't feel good anymore because they don't enjoy the moment. They're only working on the process. So If I go up and talk to a guy because I have to get the guy, then I'm not enjoying the process. I'm just looking for a result. And then when I don't get the result, I'm disappointed. But if I can say, what if I have the courage to say hi to someone? I have the courage to say hi to this guy. It doesn't matter what he says. I have the courage. I'm initiating a conversation. How many people do that? So I say hi to the guy, and it doesn't matter what he says. So that's how I would shift my focus. And also, I would also suggest you start a lot of conversations, including with men, so you get used to starting conversations. And so one rejection doesn't bother you. And then also what I had to do with my YouTube comments, I used to get so triggered. I had to work on my trigger. I had to get curious. Why am I so triggered? So you might go like, okay, why does rejection sting so much? What is this rejection? And make friends with your rejection, like a somatic exercise, like where do I feel this in my body? Let me go into this feeling in my body. So those are just some different techniques that I would, I'm just coming up with for you. Um, and it's in our nature to not want to be rejected because human survival until recent time depended on us trusting the group, being part of the group. And any kind of rejection we had to pick up on because it let us know our survival was at stake. So it makes sense that we're sensitive to it. So now we just have to adjust so we don't let it like get us down because part of being like a strong warrior is like, I got to figure out how to deal with this effectively. And that's what you're asking me. So it's good, you know, it makes sense that you're asking that. Nobody likes rejection. The guys that just come up to any woman and don't mind the rejection, those guys are real turn-offs. I call them players. I've had two guys at the gym who came up and talked to me. I didn't count them because I just thought of them as players. I didn't even talk to them. They're like interrupting me while I'm working on. They were both black guys, by the way. Some black men can be very aggressive. And they're just interrupting my work and start talking to me and they want to know my name. It's like, no, I'm not going to give you my name. Like, no, you're just too aggressive. Like that doesn't excite me. But there's this blonde-haired older woman who's always talking to this one guy. So apparently it works for him sometimes. It's not going to work for me. I'm 32 and I've got gray hair and beard from being worried and stressed last year because something traumatic happened to me. I think gray hair is very attractive on a man. Do you follow a specific diet? How to maintain such a great physique? I eat foods close to the earth and I eat when I'm hungry. Like today I had eggs and whole grain sourdough organic bread. Um, I like to eat like salads with lots of olive oil and Himalayan pink salt and cracked pepper and a little vinegar. Like just natural foods. I don't like to cook, but I think just eating natural foods close to the earth and staying away from anything processed. And I eat very low sugar. I had a candy bar yesterday. Actually, I had two, but that was the first time I had candy bars in months. Sugar is very bad. I hate to say that because I love chocolate, but yeah. So I work out, and I don't have like snack foods around like Twinkies and chips that I stress eat on. Um, and I don't drink sodas or anything like that. And when I get my coffee, I just put in a little half and half. So I think that probably helps. But my metabolism went way down in my 40s. And on days I don't exercise, I have no appetite. Um, After I go to the gym, I'll come home and have two eggs and this whole grain bread, which is very filling. But on days I don't exercise, I don't have an appetite. So it could be that, getting up the metabolism really helps. I'm sorry about your hard year last year. Yes, Eli, do not focus on the result or the reaction exactly. And then also, it's what we tell ourselves, right? Because you can say, oh my God, another person didn't want me. I had this friend, my friend that's on the match. She's like, oh my God, I had coffee with this guy and he didn't ask me to dinner. What did I do wrong? And I'm like, you didn't do anything wrong. Remember, you didn't even really like him. Remember, he said he doesn't like going to dinner and you like going to dinner. So she's thinking she did something wrong because she's not asking her out. Okay, so yes. So tell yourself, look at how great I am that I started a conversation. Focus on that and also being really in the moment. Like, um, I'm saying something, I'm talking to this interesting person. Once you get comfortable talking to people, things will go better also. You'll learn to read signals like which person is approachable, which moment is approachable, because you're actually developing social skills. And this is important because so many high schoolers now, they're so much on their phones that they don't. I mean, high school is usually when people face their rejection, okay? Every man gets used to rejection in middle school and high school. But I think this opportunity has been robbed by our society because we have the dances. The boy has to ask the girl to dance. Or you go to parties and you try to get the girl to sleep with you and she won't. So men have to get used to rejection. But when the opportunity is removed at a young age, it feels like this big hurdle when you're older. Because now every kid gets a trophy. This is not good. Every kid gets to play on the team. Uh, Kids have to get used to rejection. So once you get used to it, you just realize it's just a part of life. And women get rejected too. Everybody gets rejected. So, and also, sometimes rejection isn't anything personal. It's just the other person realizing this isn't a good fit for me. And don't you want them to tell you rather than, oh, I guess I'll say yes just because I don't want to hurt his feelings. And then you're stuck with someone because then so this is what I learned at the cuddle parties. If I come up to you and say, can I touch your arm? And you say no, I say, thank you for taking care of yourself. So if the woman says no, have a line ready. Like, you really know what you want. It was so great talking with you. And then you walk away. Just have a line ready so you're not like walking away with a drooping head. It's like, oh, yeah, you really know what you like. Thanks. And then you walk away. Something like that. I think that's really good. I just came up with that. Okay, junk food tastes good. It's no good. Yeah, well, once I can't eat junk food because it's just like if you gave me a McDonald's, I would just throw up. It's just what you get used to. And also, I would suggest if you're not used to eating healthy foods, don't get rid of your junk food. Just add something natural every day. Like I have this on my table. Just eat like an apple before you eat your junk food or an orange because that'll get your taste buds used to aliveness because the other food is just dead. It's just all chemicals. But this food actually has life in it. This tangerine, which is really orange, but it looks yellow. It's very orange. The color is not good. Anyway, um, my friends and family keep saying dating apps are full of socially awkward and are dysfunctional people. Honestly, I'm starting to feel like meeting someone in real life might be better. That's what some people think too. Especially, yeah. Although I have known people in their 20s who do meet someone on a dating app. I have known people in their 20s. After that, I think a lot of people are not even on the dating apps too. And the dating apps are not, they rely on things to choose someone that they leave out so many things that we can use to choose someone. And some of the people on dating apps could be fishing. They might never want to meet in real life. They might be housebound or married or never want to go out or work all the time. Whereas if you meet someone at a ballroom dancing or the gym or a book club, this person really is a social person who likes to go out. You can do both. I know some people, especially younger people, can meet on dating apps because there are so many younger people. But by the time you get into the 40s and 50s, the people who are single, most of them are single for a reason. It's just not that much good pickings out there, I think. But I don't want to discourage you. You can try different things. The dating apps have always left me feeling very frustrated and annoyed. I don't like them. This has been a speed course to life. I want to thank you for your insights. You're all about sharing your knowledge. Thank you. Dolly, a dating app is like a lottery. You have to get lucky. There are good people on Hinge. Yeah, you can meet people on the dating apps. Um, I know people who've met on the dating apps. Usually they'll meet like um, usually they've been younger people. The people I know who met on dating apps were younger people in their 20s and early 30s. I don't know anyone older who met on a dating app. Oh, you've used all the dating apps. Yeah, it's hit or miss. Well, I think it's good for us to get out and be more social. I try to do that too. It's like, okay, if I'm going to date someone, I'm going to need a life that doesn't involve a phone, that involves, if I'm actually dating someone, I would be cooking more, I would be going places, I would be more social. So, am I willing to do those things? And I'm really not. But I'm 64. I don't care if I date anymore. But if I were a younger person, I would put myself in social situations where there are men that I could meet and I could kind of evaluate them from a distance. Like, let's say I play volleyball or co-ed soccer, pickleball, tennis, hot yoga. Let's say I like yoga, and I'd be like, well, let me go to some yoga studios and I can see what guys are there and say hi to them. Or go to a ballroom dancing class or a beach cleanup or ask people I know, hey, I'm looking for dating. Do you know anyone that might want to date me? Just put the word out. I don't know. I'm not the best person to ask because I haven't dated anyone in like 12 years and I have not had any good luck on the dating apps. And the men I've met, the age appropriate men I've met when I go out, I find them all dorky, not hot enough, not well dressed enough, not testosterone laden enough. I tell you what, I would do better in a rural area with a man with a beard and a flannel shirt. That would get my attention. I like more masculine men. I live in San Diego. It's very feminized men, and the good men are taken. So I'm the worst person to ask. Do not ask me. But I think being in social situations can only help. Can only help. Now, yes, you need to select more humble profiles, not people who want to show too much. Are you saying this to the woman who's asking about the dating apps? One thing too is that a lot of men don't present that well on the dating apps. And this dating coach I worked with a while back when I was trying to find men to date, she met her husband on a dating app, by the way. Um, and she had only been on there for a week, and so had he, so they got off right away. But she told me date a guy who's a 7. Be willing to go out with him. Are you willing to go out with him again? Go out with him again. And see if he can turn into your 10. And she married a guy who's short. They call them short kings. Because on the dating apps, women will select on height or pictures or whatever. A lot of guys are very bad at pictures. Um, but but if you just were willing to go out with the guy who's a 7, he might become your 10. And what they find on the dating apps, women will pick the top men who know how to make the good profiles. They're usually the players, the hot guys, the one every woman wants, and all the other guys get nothing. Whereas in real life, the short guy might be the funny guy, the more interesting guy, and that's the one that the person would end up marrying. A lot of men don't present well, they don't know because they're not constantly taking pictures of themselves, so they don't have pictures. All the guys have no pictures. I was once helping a guy with a dating app profile, this guy I knew, and he showed me his pictures, and there he had 5 pictures of his face. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with the same shirt standing against the wall. I'm like, no, this is not good. They don't have pictures. Men are not taking pictures of themselves. Okay, women have their phone this way. Men have their phone pointing out. They're taking pictures of things. So they don't have pictures. And if they're not experienced with women, they don't know what women like. Um, and if they're short or if they're Indian, they are not going to do well on a dating app at all. Um, because their good personality can't shine. In rural life, we respond to pheromones, how people move, how they talk, the environment we see them in, especially if it's a shared environment, is a plus. On the app, all we see are some static photos and some. It's so hard to answer these questions. Was he witty enough? Is he the right political party? If you see a guy in real life, you don't know if he's a Republican or a Democrat, how witty he is. You're like, I want to talk to this person. I met my ex-husband in college in an organic chemistry class. It's very easy to meet people when you're younger in high school and in college because you're surrounded by thousands of other single people. In fact, I have 2 relatives in their 20s. Well, one of my relatives, I have 3 relatives in their 20s who got married this year or will get married next year, and they're all met in college or high school. That is the ideal time to get married. That's when that's when you have your greatest chance of finding a partner. And if that relationship breaks up in the late 20s, it gets a little harder. You have to, unless you're like a very successful person that women are drawn to, it just gets a little harder. You have to get in social situations. You have to be able to talk to people. You have to like women. Um, I don't know how to tell men to be men. I don't know. I wish men would. I wish I had men interested in me that were like age appropriate in places I go, but I don't. I'm going to be going to hot yoga because I want to meet some men, age appropriate, who don't want to just fuck me, like men who want to actually be in my life. Hot yoga is where I decided to go because these are men who are disciplined and they work out and we all get sweaty together. What could be more fun? And it seems like an innocent enough place to be like, hi. And so I'm going to start going to this different times to the same studio and see if I meet any men there. But you can also join a hiking group or a traveling group. My stepmom told me that she knows these people in their 70s who met by going on this thing. It's like singles travelers. They were from the same town and they were in Europe on this trip and they fell in love and got married. Um, but usually these older men, when their wives die, they have such a big community and social circle of friends. Someone will come along. The other widows start showing up and bringing him dinner, or the neighbor will be like, "Hey, I know so and so. Let me fix you up," because they have such a big friendship circle. So the people with the big friendship circle they don't have to get on a dating app. These older guys who have a big friendship circle. The widows are coming out of the woodwork, and these widows all have their own money. They're not after his money. They just like the companionship too. Okay, where were they? I'm 6'6". Women don't select on that anymore here in Europe. You're 6'6"? Wow. Amanda Kunders, wow, you're really tall. And you mean women don't mind short men? That's very interesting. They select on hyped up profiles. Oh, very interesting. Because on dating apps, Eli, he must be from the US, he's saying some women say they want 6 feet tall, and that's a common thing here that women want these tall guys. Dolly says short men can be really masculine. I think it depends on the person, personality, and how they carry themselves. Yes. And some of these tall guys have no personality, never had to work on it. And also, I'm 5'3". Kissing a guy, oh my God, my neck already hurts. Kissing a tall guy is not that great. It's much better to kiss a guy that's just a couple inches taller. Because this, oh my God, you want to do this all the time? And how are you going to fuck? You can't kiss a guy while you're fucking him if he's that tall. You can't kiss while you're fucking if he's that tall. It's just, um, but I have trouble with the guy who's 5'3". I want him to be a little taller than I am. Oh, okay. Amanda is saying the women who want tall men stay single. So 6'6", you're tall. You must be from a European country, like nor a Scandinavian country. These women are very tall, and so they if they want a guy, they can't always go with, not everyone is that tall, right? So that's very interesting. That's very nice to hear. Okay, I'm going to read one last message. I'm going to stop and get going, make some dinner. Oh, Amanda's right. She goes, it's like men saying they're looking for minimal DD boobs. It makes no sense. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Saying we want a tall guy is like a man saying he will only date women with DD breast. I think that's what guys should do. That would be fun. If you're a guy on a dating profile and you get no matches anyway, you might as well say, you must have DD breasts or to contact me. Only women with DD breasts need apply. You might as well have some fun with it. I bet you will get some women talking to you that way. That's just funny. Um, okay, it was really fun doing this live. I guess I'm going to do it again. I even had a really good time. So thank you so much for hanging out with me on the Sunday afternoon. And let's do this again soon. It's really fun.